Mm. Abundance, y'all. Welcome in. Abundance, abundance, gratitude.
Tap and share the live. Tap and share the live. Y'all see the question? Are we all the same species?
No,
You know what I'm
we are
saying?
not. Absolutely. We are not all the same species. Somebody said it sound like somebody knows something. Peace and abundance, y'all. I know that video that I posted yesterday, we got a lot to unpack. So I just wanted to basically, this is like a Q&A. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do a couple of these. We're going to do it during the day tomorrow as well. So that way we can have like an open panel and tap in with the other brothers and sisters. But tonight, yeah, we back on it. We want to talk about how we not all the same species. Because if you check out my latest post, we were talking about we just use fruits and veggies as an analogy to explain that there's an inorganic species walking amongst us. 80% of the comments are talking about the fruits and veggies when that's only an example, y'all. Like, this is how I know my people consume meat, processed foods. We not in the sun like we should. We probably drinking filtered water. Like, it's so many things that we're not unpacking as a community and locking in on. And that's the reason why we can't ascend as a people. You see what I'm saying? Your psychological state is connected to your genes. You have to make sure that your mind is clean. You have to understand what your physical body needs and what your etheric body needs. And understand that it is one. All right, so we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Let's tap and share the live. We're not all the same species. That's the introduction. I'm finna share it. Get our people in here. Cause the numbers is low. We supposed to be way higher than this. Taps and shares. See what I mean? Welcome back, y'all. Gratitude and abundance. Let's see. Let's see. If you agree, you can come up and share your thoughts. If you disagree, go ahead and click the request button. We talking about it today. Right? See what I'm saying?
It's not about black versus white. You see what I'm saying?
Nope, I am not the same
It's
species
about
as a nigger.
genetics. This is
Facts.
about genetics. It's not about.
I am not the same species as a nigger.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
It's not about skin color. It's about what makes up your skin color. And your DNA equates to melanin.
Nope,
And
I don't have big nose, big lips. I don't have that.
Okay.
you
One
see you
second. Let
see
me just
that?
give the rules of the room, okay? Welcome in. Gratitude and abundance, y'all. We let everybody speak one at a time. We don't over talk. We let everybody, you know what I'm saying, finish their point. All right. We don't over talk. This is a very deep and intellectual conversation. In order for everybody to understand themselves, we can't over talk. Over talking will get the live removed, taken down, all of that. You see what I'm saying? So one at a time. All right. Welcome up, Taylor. Go ahead and do age, name, and so-called race. And what was the reason why you came up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Age, name, and race. 35. My name is my profile. And I'm mixed.
Okay. And what was the reason why you came up?
I was wondering what y'all were talking about before I came in.
So you wanted us to repeat ourselves, or what were you?
No, I wanted to be on subject.
Okay. Yeah. Topic on the screen. We not all the same species, so that's what we talking about all night. Like this whole topic, we're talking about how we are not the same species. We can look at our phenotype and
So,
tell that we're different, and that's what we're talking about. Your phenotype is connected to your genome. Go ahead.
you mean like north versus east, or You don't understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand what you're saying. No,
Uh, you're not an Eastern Star?
no, I'm not a title. You see what I'm saying? This is
You're
why we
not
discuss
human?
species because we're not. No, do you think that we're all the same species?
No, I think that some people are, they originate from here somehow, and other people are kind of yearn to leave, if you know what I mean.
Nah, we don't know what you mean, because all so-called black people, we exist throughout the whole globe before y'all came here. Well, I don't know who you are, but you say you mix. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm one of
So,
those
so
people that I don't.
hold on.
Okay,
Everybody
go
outside
ahead.
the so-called black race is only 6,000 to 7,000 years old. So we already existed throughout the whole globe. That's what we're saying. So what we want to know is
I get it.
how did y'all get here? Because your genetics or everybody outside the so-called black race genetics, it shows that they have animal DNA and they have multiple animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other inside of their genome. You see what I'm saying? And how did a
Yeah.
chimpanzee and a pig's DNA get together to make that organism? That doesn't make sense. That's what scientists are trying to know, which is why they classify your species or whoever shares your genetic makeup as a eukaryotic cell. You see what I'm saying? So we're not the same. So here we're discussing science. You see what I'm saying? Are we the same species? That's the question. And if you
Facts.
have scientific data or scientific fact or biological fact that we're in the same species, you could provide that to us or you could tell us. But right now, you haven't provided anything. And we have other guests coming up. So we're not the
Well,
same species.
I
That's
didn't
that's what we're
really
saying.
say anything, man.
Yeah, go ahead. And if well, I asked you like 3 times, like, what did you want to add? And you were talking about northern and eastern
Okay.
stars.
Well, let me ask. I'll ask then. Are you ready? I just, I just wanted to know what do y'all think about the pineal gland as a race and the third?
See,
Okay.
that's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead,
That's not
Sam.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sam.
really. That's
Hello?
a bad question.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead, Sam.
Sam.
All right.
Damn.
I think that we are all the same species, other than Leangelo Ball, because he's different.
Okay, can you
Damn.
scientifically and biologically, genetically
At least
explain to me
people
how we're
just
all the
saw
same
that.
species?
All right.
Yeah. I can. Just
Okay, go ahead.
all right. So basically, I might swerve the back on the wall. Whoa.
You see what I'm saying? And see, again, I'm going to say it again. Your psychological state is connected to your genes.
And
These are the only people that come up here and do that. We're addressing everybody about how we're not all the same species, and this nigga came up here to play. There's a psychological explanation as to why.
yep.
That's two people from the same haplogroup that is unable to have an educated discussion about if we're all the same species or not. This is just simple, basic biology. Ninth graders can have this discussion. All
Gene
right?
expression. That's all it is.
Facts. So I'm gonna go
Animal
ahead
genetics expressing themselves. That's all
and
it
and
is.
I know the sister was looked like she had timed out, so I'm gonna let her go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Grand.
Hey sis, hey brother,
Abundance.
Abundance.
abundance. Listen, I'm with y'all. No, we're not the same species. We are, and anybody who is conscious should know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it shows it. It shows it. Um, we change ourselves, but we don't change. So my thing is that yeah, we're not the same species. Our own biological reasoning tells us that we can deal with anything, but we are who we are, right? So I don't necessarily think that we all the same species. I think that there was a split at Babylon for a reason. And I think that we was left with Jews and we don't know the Jews we was left with. Um our language and what we speak and how we speak and how our children speak out the womb when they say mama and dada, I think that's very important and people don't like to recognize that, but that is the foundation of our language. And yeah, I'm with y'all all the way. I might not have been ready, but I just want to say that don't cast your pearls to swine. Don't let nobody up here that you can visually see that ain't a part of it, because they're infiltrators. But I know that my brothers and my sisters, I know who they are. I know who y'all are. We all on the same wavelength, and yeah, that's basically it. I mean, if you want to ask me any questions, I'm welcome to answer them. But I just was ready.
Yeah, gratitude and abundance for gratitude for you
Abundance,
sharing
sister.
your frequency. Stay up here, stay in the conversation. We asking everybody, are we the same species? The sister
No,
came
we
up
ain't
here
the
and
same
no, I'm
species.
agreeing. I'm agreeing. I'm explaining it to the people that's coming in. You good,
Can I
sister?
Okay.
answer? Can I
I just
answer?
want to restate the rules for the room. The rules for the room. Welcome in, y'all. Gratitude, abundance. We do one at a time and let everybody get their thoughts out because this is a deep conversation. So the
Yes.
sister said, "No, we're not all the same species." Period. I'm gonna keep it going to the next person. So that's gonna be all things. I know you came up next, and then we're gonna keep going in order in which everybody came up. Go ahead, all things. All things. Go ahead. Let's go.
So I had to get the mic turned on. Yeah, but just to kind of chime in on, we definitely are not the same species, and I know this because, like, I'm just being honest. My fiance, she is essentially, I mean, I would say in my terms of a, she's not as melanated as everyone as me. She's just she's more, her pigmentation is just not there. And really, guys,
That's what.
that's all it is. That's all it is. It's the fact that uh, uh unmelanated beings, Caucasians, that, because that's really what it is. Unmelanated beings, they don't have, they just don't have the melanin. And how we figured out, like, for example, when she used to wash her hair, and I just say things, and she could tell you more about a black person than some black people, which is sad. But I'll just say things like, honey, that smell like a like, that smell like a dog, that smell. And honestly, I'm just being real, because that's what some of the unmelanated, that's why we're definitely not the same species, because they have an animal species in them. If you ever look at white people and you actually can see how they, like, I don't know if everybody is there consciously or is on that, like, frequency level where you can see, like, some white people literally replica animals. And I'm not saying like, oh, it's an animal, but there is a beast that is in their gene pool
No,
to,
they're no. Let me just break that down. No, they have at least five different animals speaking through one nucleus for them. Through for
oh,
them.
right.
So they are indeed animals. A zebrafish, muskrat, cow, pig, dog. And what you're saying is you can see their genetics, their genome being expressed through their phenotype. That's not hate
Hmm.
speech. That's not bullying. And that's just, again, pheno means to show, right? That's not just what you see in physical characteristics. That also includes behavior as well as a part of phenotype. So these same people that we're going to get genealogy records from, that we're sending our children to their schools, you know what I'm saying, that we're laying down with, procreating with, there's not just systematic oppression, there's also something that I like to refer to as cellular oppression. We don't think about what these things do to us on a quantum, on a cellular level. So on a cellular and on a quantum level, we are completely different. Our integumentary system is completely different than theirs. Our field of vision is completely different. Our sensible artery system is completely different. You see what I'm
Rhythm.
saying? So everything is completely different. Hence, we are not the same species. We biosynthesize the sun and they don't. Because as a prokaryotic organism, right? As a prokaryotic organism, we have hair. structures. It's two structures versus the complex cell organism, the eukaryotic organism, who has three structures. That makes it fur. So
Yep.
when you know the genetic differences, there is no question about race, right? That's theoretical, right? That's the social construct, right? So we have to lock in on the truth for real, which can only be found in genetics. The base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. So some of these people have only been here for 6 to 7 thousand years, and then some people's genetics goes all the way back to the cosmos. You see what I'm saying? We never went from
Yeah.
haploids to diploids.
So
So
y'all not Homo
gratitude
sapiens?
in abundance to that. We do one at a time, so we're gonna get to you in just a second. Language. We was actually speaking to all things. Go ahead, all things. Finish. You know what you were saying, and then we'll get
To
to
Alvito.
Alvita. We're going in the order.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. But I just wanted to just finish off with a conclusion of basically, nah, we're not all the same species. If you really want to be transparent, and that was definitely a good breakdown of it. I didn't know who was all in the room, and I'm just stepping into the room, so I really wanted to be conscious as far as just being respectful of the room. That's all. So I did, and thanks for giving me that alleyway that I can kind of uncode my message. So I appreciate that. But yeah, nevertheless, we're not the same species. If you really want me to be frank, white people came from us, and the more
No, they
that,
did not. No,
Then
they did not.
yes, they did.
No, they did
we're
not.
going to
White
stop you
people,
there, brother.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
they
gonna have
yeah.
to
didn't.
stop you there because any you have a bunch of feedback on your end, anyways, and it's real
Yeah.
staticky on your end. And no, they did not. And this is the reason why we discuss genetics.
Hmm.
Just because there is us in them does not mean that they are in us. You don't get recessive from dominant. Number one, we didn't go from haploids to diploids. Number two, and respectfully, number three, just because the totipidin is being used in introgression doesn't mean that it is a natural occurrence. So no.
And you can't splice our genetics and take genetic information out and put genetic information in. But you can do that with
Facts.
their cells, and they use a technology called CRISPR-Cas9 to do that. That's how they were able to graft these people with electrical fusion of multiple animal genetic material together. And then they use the black woman's totipenum stem cell as a little generator for that, because all life throughout the cosmos need a piece of the so-called black woman to exist. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. But
Facts.
they're not made from us. Let's
Yeah.
get that clear. We don't have animal DNA and they have animal DNA.
Facts.
Let's get that clear.
So they do not come from us. Thank you. Gratitude and abundance. You can stay up and add. We just gonna introduce the next guest to keep it going. Gratitude for y'all patience. Go ahead, Alvito.
Yeah, yeah. On the topic, are we all the same species? Yes, we all are the same species, but however, we have other type of species mixed in with us, through evolution. Meeting, the Neanderthals or these other types of other ones that were in Asia. We kind of like, mix in with those other type of
Okay.
species,
So
and
then let
so
me go
our
ahead and
phenotype
ask you.
changed.
Yeah, let me just
And
go ahead and ask
if
you.
we
Yeah,
are all
I'm the host, so if I'm over speaking to interject, is for me to drive my life. So out of respect, please let me interject here. All right. So what you're explaining is evolution, and I get that. That's what I was just talking about, and that's what I just explained to him. So I'm gonna go ahead and again and repeat what I just said, and I'm just gonna repeat it by asking you a question. Okay. How did we go from haploids to diploids?
Yeah,
What's that?
evolution is just
What
a
is that?
big.
Just let him answer.
Can you
How?
explain what is that?
No, 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 no. I cannot, because that is the base premise of evolution, and that's what you just said out of your mouth. So I'm gonna go
What can you
ahead.
explain what a haploid is? Like,
You should be
it's a
able to tell me
haplogroup.
because you mentioned evolution, which is the base premise of that. But what it means is that we went from literally having no animal DNA to all of a sudden having it. Now, if you can tell me this, then I really like to hear it, brother. Go ahead
I'm not
and
saying that we different. I'm not talking about evolution. I'm just saying we
oh,
intermingle with other type of species. You know,
What other
we
type
just
of
get
species are you talking
yeah.
about? You
What
gotta be
other?
uh
How
specific.
did those species get
uh
here?
the
Yeah, how did they get
Neanderthals.
here?
The the Neanderthals, the Divisions, or start with D in Asia. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, we do not.
How did they get here? How did
The
they get on this
Neanderthals.
planet?
How did we get here? That's another question.
Nah,
Yeah, I
just
can
answer the
explain to you
question
how
and
we
stop
got
playing
here through
semantics and just
quantum
answer.
science, simple quantum science, how we got here
So,
and how we're
like,
still
look at
coming
this.
here.
Look at this. Can a lion and a cheetah can mate? Can those two species mate and produce another species?
No,
Absolutely
they
not.
cannot.
All
Venereal
right, then.
disease. You know
Therefore,
what will happen? Venereal.
therefore,
Hold on. You asked us a
therefore,
question. You
we
asked us a question.
The answer is no.
The answer is no, right? So because venereal
yeah, you did
diseases, I just wanted to say because venereal diseases will start to take place. That's all I wanted to say.
right.
Go
Oh,
ahead. Go
all
ahead
right.
with what you were saying.
Therefore, then we are all the same species in human flesh because a
That's
white
not.
person,
No, no, no,
because
no, no, no.
we could still produce
No,
this.
but you don't understand the process of introgression, which is done through hybridization. So
Yes.
obviously these animals are not naturally reproducing with themselves. So why is that DNA a part of their genome?
And
That's the that's what evolution is saying. So
Can
stop mentioning I'm gonna get you out of here if y'all overtalk me. Okay? It's not fair for us to have a conversation where we're talking. Just let me finish and then I'll get to you next. You brought up evolution. I know what evolution is saying, so I don't talk about it unless I'm using it to actually prove my point. You said something about evolution, and I'm holding you accountable for that. You were not able to explain the base premise and then asked us several questions. That is a problem. This is why we have to unpack and really take a look at the facts here. I asked you a simple question. How do we go from having no animal DNA to all of a sudden having it? And you were unable to tell me. And then you mentioned other species without telling me how those species got into play. You started in the middle of the story, sir. And when we're talking about species, discussing genetics, that means the origin, okay? Thank you for sharing your frequency. I just want to be respectful to other guests. You can stay up here and ask more questions. I just want to move on to the next person. So I think it's Philly Cheese. Go ahead. Actually, Philly, I think it was Addie. Go ahead, Addie, and then I'm going to get to you, Philly.
I just had a question about one of your videos. You were saying like how that strawberries and bananas and like I don't know what other fruit and vegetables you said, but they're not like
Conducive to the planet.
yes. But I had a question. Are you meaning like they're not like the ones that we get into the at the grocery stores and the seeds that we buy, or are you meaning like actual ones that like
So
actually grow
that's a
from
great question. Thank you for asking that question. Gratitude for that. I mean both. Okay, and it's just about being. If you understand genetic modification, then you'll understand what part of what I'm talking about it. So that's a great question. So there are fruits and vegetables here that are conducive to the planet, that are prokaryotic, just like the planet is prokaryotic, just like the original beings are prokaryotic. Then you have some that have been genetically modified and mixed with the prokaryotic plants and plants, other fruits and veggies. So then that's where we're talking about introgression and hybridization. So just like these people are unnatural to the planet, right? Because their genetics have been seeded here. True seeded nucleus is what they have, right? We can see that not only just with fruits and veggies, there are some that are conducive and there are some that aren't, but there are people with that same narrative as well. So whilst everybody was in the uproar about which veggie, which fruit, that's an example for the bigger picture that 80% of people missed. So thank you for locking in and trying to, you know what I'm saying, understand that. But go ahead.
yeah, because I don't know, um like I know that a lot of the fruits and vegetables that we get from the store, I mean literally all of them are fake. They're not real. But I just want to know like where how do we know if it's like if we grow our own, how do we know that it's not genetically modified?
So there are seeds that have not been genetically modified. There are non-heirloom seeds, right? I would lock in a little bit on botany, discover what is conducive to your genetic makeup.
right? The alkaline diet is the best, but use your first eye because, as you'll see, Dr. Sabi's list has been tampered with. So I like to study under Dr. Yaki Awaken because he actually has studied and he's accredited. He's an actual doctor. You know what I'm saying, he's a brother, but he understands the genetic differences between us and other people. Um, a great starter for everything we discussed, like origin, how we come from the cosmos, coronal mass ejections, how that's explaining us coming here before manifesting in the physical for real with just energy itself. Get the Divine Carbon series. It's 3 books. First book is 40 pages. The second book is like 70, 80 pages, and it's lots of pictures, and it explains it, cuts to the chase better than any book I've seen. So you got to understand what break down what is real versus fake, what is organic versus inorganic, conducive to the planet and non-conducive to the planet, which takes research. It's nothing that I discovered in a week, a month, 6 months.
Yeah.
It took me years. You know what I'm saying? But with everything coming out, with the energy that we're in, it doesn't have to take you that long. You know what I'm saying? Facts.
Okay, what are the books that you said?
The Divine Carbon series.
Okay,
It's 3 books.
thank you so much.
Yeah. Gratitude, abundance. And it's your turn now, Phil. Philly cheese steak. Philly cheese. It's your turn. Go ahead, Philly. My bad.
It's okay. On Grand Rising Goddess, um, it's all about the XXXY for me, and we are all not the same. I believe in the grandmother, the mother, and the daughter, and you guys was definitely here first. Big
Facts.
respect, and I land my plane.
Quick, short, to the point. What he explained, y'all, he was talking about the mitochondria, deoxyetheric acid. He's talking about the information being passed down from the first woman, right? The grandmother to the mother to the daughter. The mitochondria DNA that's being passed down. That's actual scientific, like quantum scientific explanation as to how all BLK women, so-called BLK women, no matter where we are in the diaspora, is the replication of the very first woman herself. This is the reason why Henrietta's Lacks stem cells are being used for the replication. You see what I'm saying? This is the reason why they take the totipotent and they fertilize it through the process of introgression and hybridization. So when we take ownership and say, "Oh, these people came from us," they did not naturally come from us. The totipotent stem cell was seeded. That means that there was an extraterrestrial force, because we're not the only intelligent, you know what I'm saying, species on this planet. So if these people have only been here for 6 to 7 thousand years, somebody had to be advanced enough to know how to genetically modify and first create all of these different animals that aren't natural to the planet themselves first, and then start with splicing into to create a human. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, we did not do that. There's so many of our women would have had to be unalive for that to happen. And plus, when you look at our genetics, again, when we look at phenotype, a part of phenotype is behavior. We've never even expressed behaviors to even do that. We're not gonna unalive our own women and splice our own women and men for that, and then create animals that we know is not naturally conducive to the planet, whilst being aware of what it will do to the state of the planet. Why would we do something like that when we built planets? Why would we do that? Why would we do something that low? Now, this energy that we're in is the lowest frequency that our anatomy can take. That's why everything is shutting down. So are you telling me that it gets lower than this and this is the lowest that our anatomy can take? No. So I get it that there are evil, you know what I'm saying, people out there that look like us and ain't us, and I get all of that shit.
Why isn't there any niggas in the hood doing that shit today? Niggas are in a low vibration today. You don't see them splicing. That's not a part of our haplogroup. That's not a part of our, excuse me, our genetic makeup to even do that. So we have to again lock in on the facts. So that's what the brother was explaining. We're the replication of the first woman. We was here first through parthenogenesis. See what I'm saying? Eve gene. So that's what Genesis in the Bible is explaining. Parthenogenesis. Eve gene and atoms. That is the atom. You see what I'm saying? Abundance and gratitude, brother.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
Um, to disrupt the woman, the Bible came along with the same time of slavery. It was just a distraction. The woman was never meant to be led. She was always a leader. You have to thank her every time you see her for the why. Because she broke off her ex just to give us some. And you guys got to understand, it's hard to swallow, but once you study the Eve gene and you open your mind and you use your black power magic, and understand, you have to understand. Because they say that we're from Africa, but when people go to prison, they straight to America. They don't go back. They don't send Africa. They be here because we were prisoners of war. We stay focused because that voodoo hoodoo and all that other stuff, that crazy stuff, anything to distract you for what was going on. We were vibrant people. We were always in control. The women are very, very important to this area right now. And we have to assist them as they transform back into who they really are. And if you don't believe me, study on Queen Khalifa and everybody that came out that cave that they pulled out. It was female bones. So you probably got to listen to this young lady because she's trying to share some very, very important information. So just sit back and listen. And
Yeah,
thank you. I land my plane.
yeah, gratitude and abundance for that. When
Very,
our
very
women, yeah, when our women come together mentally and spiritually, this entire thing will shut down. We just need our women, and like he said, we've always been the leaders. When we look at ancient Kemet, right, the most powerful person on the planet was the so-called black woman. We were the leaders, and our men enforced. That's what masculine energy does. It enforces what the mother of life says for us to do. You see what I'm saying? She is the nurture, and the masculine is the protector, the enforcer. Um, Gratitude and abundance for that. Let me see who's next. I think it was, yeah. Go ahead, language, for being patient. Go ahead and get it off, brother.
Oh, you're welcome. So I only really have two questions. So do you not categorize yourself as a Homo sapien?
No, I do not.
So what would you be?
An angelic, benevolent being. Benevolent being.
And is this a religious stance or is this
It's
a?
not a religion.
We
It's
are
not a
we
religion.
are
Oh,
literally the sun. All so-called black people, we are literally the sun walking in the flesh. Our whole body is made up of the same thing as the sun, and we can biosynthesize that sun. That is scientific facts. We undergo black body radiation, which allows us to absorb all radiation at all wavelengths. You see what I'm
okay.
saying?
So,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go
Just I
ahead.
wanted to say, speaking on scientific fact, you both are addressing yourselves as prokaryotic cells, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, do your body contain nucleuses?
No.
No.
All of our cells are programmed by our neuromelanin. See what I'm saying? We don't have a nucleus. See what I'm saying? Our neuromelanin is what coats the cell, which is why nobody on the planet, no scientist on the planet can splice into that cell and take any genetic information out. When they splice into our cell with ultraviolet light, which is the only way you can splice into our cells, it actually absorbs the light and then behaves like a black hole in space. You see what I'm saying? Our cells act just like how the cosmos acts in space. So we are the microcosm of the macrocosm. Everybody outside of us is just made up of animal DNA, and it's a mutation.
So, y'all are positive your cells don't have nucleuses.
I am
That's what I just said.
positive, yes, that it's the neuromelanin that programs the prokaryotic cells. That is a fact.
So break down the chemical compound of your cell without the nucleus, please.
So I'm a
Hydrogen, carbon, helium, oxygen, nitrogen oxide, and everybody's chemical base. Everybody outside of us is sulfur, ammonia, and nitrogen oxide. That's what their base is, which is why they let. This is why they have porcelain skin. You see what I'm saying? When they get red, that's inflammation. They have a mucous membrane. You see what I'm saying? We don't have mucous membranes or internal organelles. We don't have many organs or many
organelles.
miniature brains. All of our cells are programmed by our neuromelanin. You see what I'm saying? DNA is equates to neuromelanin. You see, DNA equates to melanin. You see what I'm saying? And there's different types of melanin. We don't all have the same type of melanin. That's the problem. It's not about having more or less. Everybody has a lot of melanin, but which type? You see what I'm saying? We have neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight, which is the only molecule that condenses sunlight. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what it is. Y'all, everybody outside of us has pheomelanin, which is animal-based melanin, which is sulfur, ammonia, and nitrogen oxide. So you asked for that. So what is your biological identification to the planet? Since you asked me a lot of questions.
I'm a Homo sapien.
Right. But what is your biological identification to the planet, though? It's my question. Can you break that down? Since you're asking us to break down things, we want to know too.
I haven't made it to that point. That's very complex. Nor do I have my own opinion, but I'm not really big on opinions.
So you have,
Like, okay, all right.
yeah.
Gratitude and
Thank you for
abundance.
coming up.
Go ahead, one God nation.
Oh no, I just wanted to finish this off. Do
Okay.
you both bleed?
Do we bleed?
Yes. Is your blood red?
Every living organism bleeds. Yes.
Yes.
Not every living organism bleeds.
Okay,
Yes.
so for
But
the okay, and what? Yes, we bleed. Go ahead.
Grass
now,
bleeds. Tree
is your
bleeds.
blood
All.
Go
red?
ahead and let it.
What are you
It
talking
is
about?
blood when it hits the air. Yes, due to there being an ozone layer and nanotech and air that we're not supposed to be breathing. Yes, but it is not red underneath in my veins.
Yeah. Then you have nucleuses. But y'all have a great day. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, so explain to me how we. Okay, so then you don't want to have a conversation that tells me nothing
No,
because
no, she
that,
don't. She don't want to have a conversation
that
with
tells
you.
me nothing. You want to prove that you're them so fucking bad. If you're I hear the
You don't
math.
have to.
Hold
You don't have
on,
to.
hold on. Don't tell me how to run my live. Please don't piss me off, okay? Y'all do that all the time. Let me speak. Okay, I got it. 1 second, okay? I'm gonna get to you next. I'm trying to explain that your psychological state is connected to your genes. I don't need you to come up here and to tell me I don't care about what they talk about for the humans. We are not the same species, and the same scientists that you're reading on are also publishing 1,100 records in a year explaining how we're not the same species, breaking down somatic parthenogenesis. So I don't care about the semantics with the nucleus because you are reading the narrative for the human genome and we are not humans. Why does the CIA have us listed as black extraterrestrials? Clearly, we don't come from this planet. And they know that. Clearly, we're not the same species, or they would have never deemed evolution as theoretical. Clearly, we did not go from haploids to diploids.
And you couldn't even tell
Like,
us.
what the fuck?
You
You talking
you
about some
just
do we
said I'm not
bleed?
well diverse at this.
Like,
So
what the
what? So
fuck?
what was
So
the?
then, what was the
So
point?
you can't tell us that anything about the nucleus. You can't tell us the process of this. You can't tell us the process of their cells and our cells. You can't tell us none of that. You
No,
can't tell us. You
but you're saying,
so
oh, you have a
so
nucleus.
is this?
Okay, so again, there are prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells. Both of them can bleed. They're not the same. You can't tell me that a single cell organism is the same as a multicellular organism. You said yourself you were not well versed in this topic, so then how the fuck are you gonna tell me?
And they try to say, oh, we all produce
This is
that.
why we can't ascend, bro.
We
This is
all
why we can't ascend.
they said we all produce that in the brain. No, y'all don't produce no neuromelanin in the third ventricle of y'all brain. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are born with a calcified pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't produce that. You see what I'm saying? Which actually regulates your hormones and all your physical abilities, which is why y'all are erratic. You see what I'm saying? That nucleus was the only way for your animal genetics to communicate, and that nucleus is getting removed.
Okay, language. If you want to come up here and have a discussion, then come up here and have a discussion. Other than that, we don't give a fuck about people typing paragraphs in the comments. When you were just up here on the panel, you left on your own. There's different types of melanin. There's
Facts.
5 different types of melanin. There's more than one haplogroup. So cats out of the bag, we're not the same, and they know that. They just came out 2 weeks ago saying that Homo sapiens and Neanderthals aren't even the same. That's proving incomplete dominance. So while you're clinging to being a Homo sapien, nigga, the scientists are telling you that Homo sapiens and Neanderthals aren't even the fucking same. Cling to that shit if you want to. They're talking about one haplogroup. All right, so go ahead, one guy. I didn't mean to turn up on you. I just no over talking, y'all.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you at all. So I didn't really understand. You weren't talking to me when you were saying any of that stuff because I mean I don't know who was talking and who said what they said, but I've never had an opportunity to say anything. I've never disagreed with you. I actually like learning from you. You actually confirm a lot of things that I already know. I don't really go off belief. I like to get facts. So I appreciate you running the live. I appreciate you doing what you're doing. But this just coming from a 60-year-old man, old man, been around a long time. Uh, you know, uh, I would just say that I don't think. Well, I was going to say something. I had something in mind to share when I came up here, but I'm going to switch lanes now. And I just want to say that your message is very, very powerful. And you've been given a destiny, like a purpose, and it's very important that you understand what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who don't know the truth. They're brainwashed. Uh, they lack understanding, and everybody can't really receive this message. So you have to understand that when you're talking to people. I'm not telling you that you can't be emotional or you can't be passionate about what you're talking about, but they got an old saying that you catch more flies with honey than you do with shit. So just moving forward, if I can just give you any if I can like give you any advice, like I just want you to be just a little softer with people. They're actually coming to learn. They're coming to learn. They're on your live for a
Let me
reason.
go ahead and interject respectfully. They're not coming here to learn. That was not someone that wanted to learn. See, I know how to read energy. I know when people are genuinely asking a question based off of their energy. That was the first original language, brother, was telepathy. So this language that we want to cling to really doesn't matter, right? And the tone that I speak in, if you understand energy, then you know that I'm not coming down at you. But at the same time, you're not just gonna, you know what I'm saying, disrespect me on my panel or try to paint this other picture, you know what I'm saying, deflect from what I'm saying. No, I hold my people accountable. I'm very assertive. I know it says on the outside of this live, this is not a safe space. I don't care about feelings, respectfully. When it comes to the truth, when it comes to our children being snatched for their totipotent stem cells, when it comes to our women being snatched because of their totipotent stem cells, I'm not gonna talk softer. I'm not gonna be quiet. I'm not going to walk in fear. Understand me. Allow me to introduce myself because I do not care. Respectfully, I receive what you're saying. I hear it all the time. And it's not that I can't phrase the way that I say things differently, but this is me. This is my panel. If you know the truth, go live and do it your way on your own panel. I don't go to nobody else's live and tell them how to run their live. I was just on my sister's live before I went live. I didn't tell her how to run her shit. She runs her live a completely different way from me. Either way, we waking our brothers and our sisters up. Everybody has a piece to the puzzle. Some people's piece gonna be nice. Some people's piece gonna be rude. Some people's piece gonna be. It doesn't matter because you did not put that gift there in them. You can't tell somebody else how to drive their car that they constructed themselves. I received the message, gratitude and abundance. I'm gonna go ahead and just keep it moving because there's a lot of people that want to come up and were you done, one guy? Did you want to land? Because there's other people that want to speak too.
Can I say one more thing, Goddess?
Go ahead.
You can't really trip off her tone. You have to close your eyes and reach in and get the message. Because when you look at the woman and you hear the woman, she has been in the back of the line for a long, long time. And now that the spell is being raised and the veil is being raised, you have to be available for her. Don't argue with her. Grab her by the hand and foot and put her back in position. And we just have a little time to do that. We have to get our vessels right and get our minds right because the woman has been behind the line for a long time. Imagine you was in front of the line and then everything was in back of you. And then somebody say, hey, turn around. And everybody turned around and now the woman is in back. You gotta understand this was a trick to trick the woman out of her power and don't be available for the okie dokie. I land my plane.
Okay, so
100% in agreement. And I
I'm
just
gonna
wanted to say something too.
I'm gonna
Um,
finish up. I didn't finish up. You had my mic muted, and I didn't get an opportunity to finish up. So I'm just gonna say this. I've been doing this for a long time. I was National Field Marshal for the Black Panthers. I know I've been on the mothership. I know a lot of things. I've been there. You are on point. Everything you're saying, everything. Uh, this information got downloaded in you. You received it, and you're spreading it, and you have passion. However, this is the only thing I'm going to say is when people come up and they're asking questions and they're asking hostile questions and they're saying things based on what they were formerly brainwashed with. you I don't care how ignorant they sound and how ignorant they get. You have to understand that they do not know. They're not arguing with you. They're arguing with what they've been taught. That's what they're arguing with, and they're crying out for the truth. And I'm just saying, just I'm not asking you to tone it down. I'm asking you to understand, just have a little passion for the people, the same passion that you have for the message. Have compassion for our lost
I
brothers
have the
and sisters.
compassion, which is why I speak with the assertiveness and the aggression. My compassion is not going to look like your passion, brother, because you have a completely different piece than me. How do you know that the universe didn't construct me to be this way for a reason? We've been asleep for 300,000 years. Ain't no more motherfucking compassion. We see what the fuck is happening in the world. We all of
Like
this was a choice. It's time out for that. I don't, like I said, I understand and I receive your message. That's not me. Respectfully, I'm gonna keep it going to the next guest.
I was just gonna
Like, I'm
say,
not gonna
like,
repeat myself. You just reiterated. We already moved on from that. You just said the same thing, wasted more energy.
I'm just gonna say that children are being snatched. That's where
It's
your
the
compassion should
thing.
be at. So
Facts.
the fact that your people are chemically imbalanced, partying up here, while right under their feet, our children are getting snatched. You know what I'm saying? 25 million of our children are going to their school so they can get psychologically evaluated by them, and we medically we go to their hospital so that they can get medically evaluated by them. That's where your compassion should be at. Why is my children in my species going to another group of species so they can learn? Why is another group of species policing our children when they don't biologically identify with the planet? That's where your compassion should be at. And you're a so-called black man, bro. This is your job for the species. You got to protect the species,
Yeah,
bro.
and
We got to
you.
step up. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one of us, man. We all got to do it. Our children are getting snatched. We don't got time to be like, oh man, please just listen to us. Our children getting snatched. Are you able to listen? Like, no, bro. You gotta know, like you saying people trying to know the truth. The truth is know thyself, which is the number one rule in the cosmos. You got to know who you are, the suit that you walking in, the body that you use every day, but only know 1% of. That's what you got to know. Once you know that, you will know how to move. A lion knows how to move because he knows his genetics. He knows what he needs to do with his body. A lion knows what he needs. An elephant knows what he needs to do because he's in his body. What is this body made for on this planet? Because your soul programs your body for whatever planet you're on. So let's talk about the real shit. It's not about compassion. No, bro, we got to be real with our people. It's about being real because what's the shift that's happening right now? You're gonna see some gruesome shit. It's not time for that. Like the brother said earlier, the so-called black woman been sleep. That's when we started to fall in frequency. You see what I'm saying? When they took God out of her and put it in the sky. You see them? That's when our people started to fall in frequency. That's what we gotta focus. That's what we have to have compassion for. You see what I'm saying? Y'all not realizing the truth. That's when we need to that tap into. So we don't want to hear none of that. Please don't come in with none of that. We gotta move on to the next guest though.
Yeah, go ahead, Casino.
Thanks. What's up, y'all? I just wanted to tap in. Y'all already know we not the same. And as I've been studying too and looking at these pictures, I really don't even believe we got mitochondria because that's like a computer chip for them. And we don't need a computer chip when we can biosynthesize the sun. So I believe that the so-called God gene that they speak of is the woman's totipotent stem cells that you was talking about and or our melanin. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, I ain't want to waste no more time. That was it.
Nah, you right, brother. That totipotent stem cell is coated in neuromelanin. It's produced by neuromelanin. All of our cells is produced by neuromelanin. So yeah, that is facts.
Everybody, right?
We said no, not everybody.
Everybody, what? Half of what you said was cut off.
Yeah, what
I
you mean by
said
everybody?
everybody. You said everybody, right?
No, I'm only talking about so-called black people. We're talking about
Which kind of black people? The ones in Africa or in America?
It doesn't matter because we're all genetically the same.
yeah, black
Yeah,
people are
I
too.
know the
gotta.
I know the ones in Americas have admixture with European and Native and other stuff as well. So we have admixture blood
As a result of what?
due to like slavery and intermingling with
Correct. So
So
what
other
you're
groups.
explaining is antigens.
So that's what you just said. All black people throughout the whole globe has gotten graped. You know what I'm saying? And they're eating food that is not according to their genetic makeup, which leave them chemically imbalanced. So so-called black people right now, we have antigens, which is what determines blood types. And blood types is only for entertainment purposes, and so that they can mix their blood with us because our blood comes from the sun. We have sun blood. That's what that plasma that flows through our blood is. And
Mm-hmm.
We
all
all have
hold
admixture
on, you're
blood.
cutting me off. And all so-called black people throughout the whole globe has that. They didn't just attack one continent of black people. They
Thank
attacked
you.
all continents of black people for their totipotent stem cells. You see what I'm saying? You don't understand what happened on the planet. We have antigens. So that's very dangerous when you try to separate your people because of a landmass. You
Right.
got to know the genetic facts because everything right now, this shift that you see that's happening on the planet, everything is going back to genetics and the sun. And
Mm-hmm.
all so-called black people throughout the whole globe, we biologically identify with all land masses, not just Earth, because Earth is just one of our homes. You see what I'm saying? Black people we don't just exist on one landmass. We exist on many planets. We constructed planets and surf and navigated the stars. You see what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just believe that we all the same species, no doubt about it. If you're able to produce, like a black person, a white person, or a black and an Asian can produce a baby together, that's proof right there. We all the same species. But
That
like
is,
you
yeah,
can't, and
and I don't.
where it's like an animal, where it's like another animal, like a man, what you call like a zebra zebra and a horse, they can produce an offspring. So therefore, they not the same species, the zebra and a horse. You
So
know,
I'm gonna, just
even though they have a
explain.
common ancestor, huh?
Right. I'm gonna just explain again that there is a process called introgression. Okay, so
Integration.
yeah, so let me explain that because while you're saying we can reproduce with them, that is not a natural occurring thing. The reason why we can reproduce with them now is because of introgression. So introgression is when you take the genetic information from one species and you fertilize it with another species. That is introgression, which is done through another process called hybridization. This is the reason why they are called complex cell organisms. That's not a
So
natural occurrence. So just because we can reproduce with them does not mean that they are conducive to the planet, or doesn't mean that it's natural. Because when that happens, when we procreate with the opposite species, when we have smegs with the opposite species, there's something that takes place on a cellular level called hemolytic disease or red blood cell hemolysis. So again, we don't even know that when we're laying down with the opposite species or even breathing in their microbiome, it affects us on a cellular level. So no, we're not the same species. There would not be any antigens present in our blood if that was the case. And they wiped out 2 continents of us alone with their
Mm-hmm.
venereal disease.
Yep.
All STDs come from the same animals that they splice with.
true, I
So
heard something like that.
yeah, no. So again, somebody else was speaking, but thank you for asking that question. We can only reproduce with them because of introgression and hybridization. Again, when they
How
came out
does
of the
that happen
caves,
though?
what?
I was like, how that happen? Like how can that happen? You know,
Um,
like
There's
the
a group of
process. Like,
organisms on this planet because we're not the only intelligent life forms on this planet. There's a third party here that's been living on this planet for 300,000 years. And they don't look like white people. They don't look like any of us on this right now that we could see. They have animal DNA though, and they created the eukaryotic species and their system. And
I know that.
right now,
How?
everything, oh, bro,
bro,
if you're gonna do that, we're not gonna have a conversation. I'm not. If we're gonna have a conversation, you're gonna let me finish everything I gotta say, so you can clearly comprehend what I gotta say. You see what I'm saying? So again, these species, you saying how did they do it? Through electrical fusion. They spliced these people through electrical fusion, CRISPR-Cas9, splicing the cell with ultraviolet light. This is what happened. And these group of organisms, which is just a lie in the north, you see what I'm saying? Alien, which is they're in they this is where all the compasses point towards to. There's a mountain in the north, all the way in the north, which is taller than any other mountain, even Mount Everest. And this is where their creator resides at. And everything that's happening right now throughout all governments is all playing out and constructing just to implement um the eukaryotic creator to show the eukaryotic creator. Trump is gonna introduce the eukaryotic creator to the public and say these are the angels that we were talking about because they
So
have wings and they have animal DNA. You
so
see what I'm
how?
saying?
So
These
did they
people that
use
created them have
tools?
animal DNA, and you're speaking over me again. So go ahead.
Did they use tools to splice or some sort of advanced technology during the 300,000 years ago? Did they use some sort of advanced technology to do that?
it's called CRISPR-Cas9.
What is that? Is that like a
Okay,
crystal?
I'm telling you what it is. You just asked me what they use, and I gave you the name.
Is it like a form of a diamond, or is it like a
Just
stone?
asked me what it is, and I just gave you the
Bro, I
name.
don't think you're ready for this conversation, bro.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. Like it's
He
okay.
keeps saying how, and I
Like
think
how, like you know what
we
I'm
saying
saying? You're
scientific terminology that you could go look up. Go look
go
this
look
up.
it up. Like
If
I
you're not
don't.
really getting it, go look it up because we're explaining it. We
Like
comprehend it. It's
you
not
gotta
about
show
we know the truth.
you gotta show sources on here, like to back up your statement. If you're not showing
Okay,
any
Alvito, I'm gonna
sources,
come clean with you, bro. You're a grown man. Everybody in here is grown. You can't ask me questions and say, "Oh, you need sources." How about you go look it up? Fact check me. You have a camera just like me. I'm giving you the terminology and you asking me for it because you don't know nothing about it and then saying, oh, you need sources or I need to see it. Go look it up.
You want us to
It's
spark your own
not, none of
neurons.
all this stuff is not just found on the fucking internet, y'all. I'm not a Google or a Wikipedia warrior. I'm not that. I read books. Okay. I don't use Google as my first line of defense. There's other search engines out there. You see what I'm saying? This is the reason why our people are swayed because we don't know how to do proper research. All right. I'm not yelling at y'all. I speak with intensity and I'm assertive because that's just the way I am. If you got a problem with it, like I said, go live. Go live and speak softer to you and see how they receive it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say. But all I know is that there's an inorganic species on our planet that has only been here for 6,000 to 7,000 years. You see what I'm saying? There's parthenogenesis and then there's somatic parthenogenesis. So there's a whole lot of artificial shit that's going on. I'm locking in on it. If you're not ready to have this conversation, then go study and come back. I'm live all the time. Send me a DM. We can go live together. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest because I'm being fair to everybody else. I don't even know who is next, so I'm gonna just,
Last question.
like I said, respect my panel and respect the other people that are in here. Okay, so let's go ahead. Tim, if you're off the app, we can't hear you.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Gratitude. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, we're all the same species. Like you realize, and I'm not going to bring up something that anybody else used. Like, it's just a simple fact that we treat each other medically. Like we're not the same as any other thing medically. We all have different restrictions. Some people have high blood pressure. Some people have, anemia. There's a bunch of things that affect only humans, and we all treat them. All doctors of all colors treat all peoples of all colors in the same mannerisms. Now, there is, some systemic racism present in ours, and a lot of ignorance and diseducation. But regardless, we're still the same species.
You're talking about medical shit, and we're talking about genetics. Are you ready for this conversation?
No, yeah, I'm aware of genetics. I
Okay, then
literally
let's talk about
sent
it
off
because
my
that's what
DNA
we've been
stuff.
talking about this
I
whole
got all my
time. We've
stuff
been in
back.
the comments for 2 hours.
Not
So
for
I
two
thought
hours,
you would
not even
come up
close.
here. Look,
And
it doesn't matter. Explain to us the genetic differences, or since we're the same, explain to us, according to what you're saying, how we're the same genetically, scientifically, and biologically.
yeah, because all
Because hold
those.
on, y'all. Because didn't y'all hear? Did we both heard? Everybody heard him say that he can discuss genetics. So go ahead.
Go
So, I believe it was in the early '90s whenever they cracked the human genome. And so the human genome is comprised of our DNA and it's more specifically our pairs or chromosomes and the DNA that is twisted up and coiled up into these nice blueprints that our cells read off. We can trace back genes to certain timelines and certain periods because of where it sits within a specific leg or a group. I can't remember if it's the haplogroup or not, but it basically sits within a certain group, and so we can trace it back in time lineally. We can say, oh well, we humans actually have a distinct history with the herpes virus. In fact, it goes back millions of years. So basically, the herpes virus has evolved alongside of us. But that's neither here nor there. And so these genes, you get basically a mashup of your parents' genes. It's not 50-50, although 50% male, 50% female is what goes into create. The genes and where you get them from are vastly different because each of your parents also has their two parents' genes. And so it gets really kind of uh, obfuscated and a little bit confusing at some points. But uh,
I'm gonna go ahead and help you out because nothing you said, respectfully, sir, made any sense. I'm gonna come clean with you. The comments are confused. We're confused, and we study this shit every day.
Yeah, and you said something about the STD, but all 98% of STDs comes from zebrafish. And when we look up humans that share DNA with animals, and we see that you guys are spliced with zebrafish, and you guys share DNA with zebrafish, and then when y'all went to Brazil, and then when y'all went to Australia and gave the so-called original people over there venereal diseases and red blood cell hemolysis started to occur. That's when we started to know that, you know what I'm saying, we're definitely not the same. So let's be clear on that.
We
You see what
knew
I'm
we
saying?
weren't the same when y'all came out of the caves with hypertrichosis,
Facts.
with vestigial tails, and on all fours, not even able to speak or reproduce with yourselves.
So hold on. So that's what we're trying to say. You haven't proven to us how we're the same. You
Yeah.
just told us that there's this disease that we can all get because y'all graped us. When you get the book When Grape Was Legal, it shows you how y'all graped us at a vast and an alarming rate. Let's be very clear on that. You see what I'm saying? So again, can you tell us scientifically, biologically, and genetically how we're the same? Well, hold on, my fault. I had to cut it off. But you're talking about. I just want to say this. I'm gonna lay my plane. You're talking about the effect, but you're not talking about the cause. You see what I'm saying? That's what I wanted to say. But go ahead.
so the DNA that we have, it's made up of four proteins, and it's AGCT. I can't remember exactly what they stand for, but those same four proteins make up all of our DNAs, regardless of you know race, creed, condition, anything. We all are made up of these same four proteins, as far as our
Um,
DNA is considered. So
okay.
that's genetically we are the same.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm.
Biologically, uh, speaking, we're not all the same. We all have individual differences, whether, like, for example, in our darker complected brethren, higher concentrations of melanin, or in our fairer complected, or even, the recessive red hair trait of, pretty conditional of Irish and Scotland. Uh, so those are where we differ. We maintain the same basic systems. Like, most of us have the same sort of lungs and hearts and kidneys. Sometimes there might be a little bit something off, but that's usually either genetically induced or just a random mutation. Most of us have the same sort of stuff. So
All right. So okay, I
biology,
got you.
we're
So
basically the same, but we are different.
no. You said what you said. So go ahead. So again, you said we have the same DNA made of the same four proteins, which is why we're the same. So let's go. Let's start with that. Let's clear up what DNA is. DNA really equates to the melanin that you have because there's different types of melanin that rules the all life elements of life. You see what I'm saying? You guys don't have the same melanin as us. Your phenotype is determined by your DNA. And our phenotype, we can clearly see that it's two different phenotypes. Your phenotype shows that you have animal features. My phenotype doesn't have that. And that's determined by my biology, by my DNA or DEA, which is deoxyetheric acid. You have deoxyribonucleic acid, which is animal melanin. You have animal melanin, which is sulfur, ammonia, nitrogen oxide, and a tinty bit of carbon. That's what you have. That's the four little proteins and amino acids they were talking about. That's what you have. You don't have the same thing that we have. We are hydrogen, carbon, helium, oxygen, and nitrogen. That's what we are. You see what I'm saying? Our cells split through binary fission. That's how prokaryotic cells split. Your cells split through mitosis or meiosis. Our cells split through binary fission and fusion, just like the sun undergoes nuclear fission and fusion. So again, we are not the same species. You see what I'm saying? You say we can exchange lungs and hearts, but when we go to hematology.org and what your scientists have been saying, they're saying that our species are unaliving at a 62% rate for adults when we exchange organs with you. You see what I'm saying? And that's the same thing for children, but it's 12%. So again, we're not capable to exchange organs. We're not the same species. Our phenotype is different, and that's how you differentiate species in nature. So you haven't that's not proving how we are the same species. We don't have a common ancestor. We never went from haploids to diploids. We're not the same. So thank you for your time though. If you have anything to say to that, you could reply to that. But we have to move on to the next guest after that.
So there's five types of melanin, and they are eumelanin, pheomelanin, neuromelanin, allomelanin, and pyomelanin. There are five types of melanin that are in every human, regardless of minus albinos and leucistic individuals.
Hold
They
on,
have.
hold on, because I don't, you know what I'm saying? I can't allow misinformation to be spread on my
It's
panel.
not a
Yeah,
misinformation.
wait,
Why are you?
wait, because you did list out the 5 different types of melanin. I seen you, Google them really quickly, and I can hear your voices shaking. So it sounds like this is new information that you just came into, because most people, I've been running these lives literally for 12 months. You see what I'm saying? Most people that come up here do not know that there are 5 different types of melanin. And based off of what you said earlier in the conversation, you also didn't know prior to then that there were 5 different types of melanin. You got to understand, I've studied psychology, neuroscience, anatomy, and physiology of all haplogroups. Okay, so I'm gonna clock that. Second of all, yes, there are 5 different types of melanin. We do not all have the same type of melanin, since there are 5 different types. So based off of that PFP, that profile picture right there, you are a pheomelanated man. I'm not done, so wait until I get done. And me and the co-host here, we are neuromelanated beings.
Yeah.
Okay, neuromelanin is the only molecule that can condense sunlight, and it's condensed sunlight. So we are completely different. Again,
So if we condense sunlight and we biosynthesize the sun, and if you're saying that you have the same thing inside of you, why did 800,000 of your people just got unalive just in 2024, and now your scientists are predicting 1.2 million are getting unalive this year from the sun related issues? Why y'all undergoing the 1p36 deletion syndrome in your brain, which deals with cognitive thinking, emotions, you know what I'm saying, motor skills? Why is that removing in your brain? Why y'all undergoing Tay-Sachs disease, Parkinson's disease? Why y'all undergoing these diseases, having neurological issues if you're composed of the same thing as us? Because so-called black people, we don't have a problem living under the sun. Y'all have a problem though. You see what I'm saying? You need us to sustain life on this planet. So we're not the same. How is that the same? That's very detrimental what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? And this is why the sun can allow your species to continue to live on this planet. Because y'all are trying to hide from the fact that y'all are living off the genocidal acts
Are
of
you done yet? Are you done yet?
so-called black
So
people. No, no,
neuromelanin
no.
is
Are
a
you
dark pigment
no no
found
no.
in the
Okay, you keep going back to Google.
part of the
Hold
brain.
on. You said neuromelanin is a dark pigment that is found in the substantia nigra in the brain, which is produced in the third ventricle and then travels to the fourth ventricle and then travels down your spine and travels back up. But y'all don't produce that. 90 to 95% of your people are born with calcified pineal glands. Y'all don't produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of your brain. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are not connected to the cosmos, and the pineal gland is the threshold door to the microcosm, to the macrocosm. So if you're connected to the macrocosm, the first thing you should be connected to in the macrocosm is that sun, that solar system, and the sun doesn't know you because your body rejects it. So you can't deny that. That's a fact.
yeah, and nobody kicked him off. He left. That shit said guest disconnect,
Yeah.
user did whatever the fuck that shit be saying when niggas disconnect. You see what I'm saying? I could already tell by his voice shaking and the nigga palms was sweaty. The nigga was red because that's what porcelain skin does. That ain't hate speech or bullying. We study genetics for real. Like I can already tell the voice was shaky. Nigga was probably hot and
That's
sweaty
why I
because they
said
have
with the
problems.
melanin,
Hold
he was
on, hold
dark.
on, hold on, hold on. I just wanted to explain this. They have problems with cooling their bodies. Naturally, they don't have the same structure as us. That's the last thing I wanted to say. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
Just saying, yeah. When you said that 5 stages of melanin, he was getting shaky.
Yeah, facts. Go ahead. One Love was first. I know Zay, you've been up here for a minute, but go ahead, One Love.
I just come to say that
One in the order in which everybody came up. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I'm just here to say that yeah, we're not the same species, and that's not by going through me seeing with my own two eyes that we're different. Like with my own two eyes, we can see that we're different. Like that's just basic, and that's the basic for me still.
Okay, gratitude and abundance. Go ahead, Zay.
I meant to say in the comments that I know my genetic makeup. Like I'm half Native American and half Native African. So I just was really intrigued by this because there's like a saying from our people that we're considered the people of the sun, and that you know we know where we come from pretty much. And I agree with a lot of what you've been saying here.
Yeah, and respectfully, that's not genetics. Those are titles. You see what I'm saying? Those are titles. Those aren't actual. That's not telling me nothing about your genetic origin. Respectfully. You see what I'm saying? So, respectfully, what is your mother? Like, what is the so-called race of your mother? Okay. And how does she phenotypically present?
She has her hair is like kind of like thick wavy. She has like the phenotype of like people that are Native American. So she looks like
So like not no disrespect. I'm just trying to clarify like $5 Indians or like app like you know what I'm saying like
no,
neural
like
melanin.
kind of like my skin tone, but a little just a bit lighter.
Yeah, see, I can't go based off of skin tone, but based off of the description of you gave me of the hair, I don't know because I haven't seen her. That sounds like a eukaryotic hybrid or a eukaryotic woman. And it's your mother's genetics that actually rule. It's her womb that actually constructs the child, and it's only the tail end of the sperm that actually fertilizes the egg. So it's the mother's genetics that rule, and there's several sources that you can actually look up on Yandex that are peer reviewed that will tell you that and show you more sources on that as well that'll lead you to other
Yeah,
things.
you
So
should. I should look that up. You should show me. I'm not exactly
yeah,
sure.
no, it's yeah. So I'll do a rundown tomorrow. I'm just now like doing videos and stuff about this. Yesterday was my first video. I'll upload it. I'll give y'all the breakdown on Yandex because niggas need to ditch Google. It's not credible at all. But with that being said, it's your mother's genetics that rule, so that would make you a eukaryotic hybrid. You see what I'm saying? This is the reason why we can't go based off of the titles or ancestry.com or DNA tests because them blood tests, them DNA, that's for breeding purposes only. You know what I'm saying? Even when we lock in on the blood, you know what I'm saying? We got into it with a mother of life on here the other day saying, "Oh, I have O positive blood." So do zoo-born chimps. That means nothing. So we gotta lock in on genetics.
Mostly went off of phenotype because I actually don't study genetics. So you're actually
Yeah,
enlightening me a bit.
yeah, not a problem. Let's see. Go ahead, Enzigo. Anizio, go ahead. Anizio, energy, go ahead. All right, so I know, Casino, you were saying something. Did you want to add back in?
That's this one.
All right. So again, we are not all the same species. You know what I'm saying? We've been live for a minute now. And we've already broken down the genetic differences between the people that's within our haplogroup and everybody else. We can look at our phenotype, which is connected to our genes. That you know what I'm saying? Your phenotype is expressed by your genetics, we're not the same. We've explained incomplete dominance. We've explained the different structures of the hair, how one is hair and the other one is fur. We've talked about the difference in the integumentary systems, which is our skin. I'm not the type of person to put sources on the board and stuff because this is a collective amount of research. This is my research plus Zell's research over the last like 6 to 7 years. It's not nothing that you can just do a quick Google search on and think you have it. But that's what most people do when they come to TikTok. Everybody is a Wikipedia or a Google warrior and nobody reads books. You see what I'm saying? When we look back at ancient Kemet, we taught them everything that they know. Imhotep was the first documented multi-genius and doctor. You see what I'm saying? The first book was written by Ptahhotep. First book. So we have to take a look past us being chemically imbalanced, right? And take a look at who we are genetically. Because all we do is replicate. Our men are replications of the very first man. Our women are replications of the very first woman, right? So genetics is origin. I don't get why our people are so caught up into genealogy. That tells me nothing. As a star seed, if I came to my parents and asked me for my origin and they showed me records from the 1100s, my smart ass would have asked for records from the 500s. Show me records from the 200s all the way down to the 100, down to the first day. You see what I'm saying? And that's not something that we can prove with the YT records, but we can prove it with genetics. You see what I'm saying? Through the mitochondria, through our genome. You see what I'm saying? That's what we have to lock in. Cut the BS. Let's go back to the origin. I get that people, like I said, I've had this discussion for a few weeks on different panels with the other brothers and sisters on knowing who our grandmothers are and our grandfathers are. I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm not telling you not to do that. But understand that if you do your genealogy, you will go back to the cosmos. Y'all are worried about getting land and stuff for, you know what I'm saying, to pass down to your children, but we're not even focused on the children. The children is what's being snatched. So who are you going to pass that land down to? You see what I'm saying? Our children and our women are being snatched the most for their totipotent stem cells because they carry the most abundant amount. So focus on the children because there is no extension of us if it's not through our children. The latest extension of our bloodline is through our children. They are the most ancient souls. They are warriors. They need that energy to be guided and directed to help us fight in this etheric war. Understand? Everything manifests spiritually before it manifests physically. We have to go back to understanding that we fight this spiritually. We have a soul, they do not. Your anatomy, your physical anatomy is connected to your etheric body. 6 ether, pheomelanated man, that's animal consciousness. They can't go higher than a dog, a cow, or a pig, respectfully. You see what I'm saying? So just because there are good people out there, good is not going to get you past the shift. Your genetics will. Because it's the UVC radiation that's amping up on the planet that's getting their ass off. So I'm not saying disrespect people. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying, there aren't good people out there. I'm just shedding light on the fact that the UVC radiation don't give a fuck about good, nice, compassion, none of that. If you are not conducive to this planet, you cannot stay. You've overstayed your welcome. You see what I'm saying? My brothers and sisters have been dropping crop circles for a long ass fucking time, telling you niggas to stop. Our mothers, our grandmothers, we're telling y'all, stop what the fuck you doing, or your children's children's children, and now you the children. So it ain't no stopping up, letting up on the gas. We not, you know what I'm saying, putting our foot on the brakes with this shit. No, our children are being snatched. We want to know why. We've locked in on why, and now it's time for us to go back to nature. Pack your shit, study the dark ages, study the black plague. Study that shit because that's already happening in Asia. Ukraine has been under martial law for the past 2 years. Look at the Asians, look at the Dravidians, all of their systems are crashing. You see what I'm saying? The Asian comes first. And this is the story of creation. Like when you look at somatic parthenogenesis, this will tell you that. The Asian was first. Story of creation. Like the Asian was first. Next in line was the Dravidian. And last came the Caucasian. They don't even know what's coming for them. You know what I'm saying? The people that are in their haplogroup, people that are a part of their species are building bunkers for exactly what I'm talking about. You can check my page right now for examples of UVC radiation. And this is me traveling. This is not in just one spot. You see what I'm saying? This is over a course of time. Nature herself is showing you, it's niggas in my womb that shouldn't be. I gotta get these niggas out of here. Period. All right, so I said a lot. Let's go ahead. Gen Master. Gen Master, go ahead. Gen Master. I'm gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Lala. Lala, go ahead. All right, I'm gonna just keep it going. If you can figure out the mic, go ahead and cut me off. But right now, I just want everybody to understand we not the same species. It's a lot of chatter in the comments. If you disagree with the topic, you can hold a conversation about biology and genetics, anatomy and physiology. Come up. You know what I'm saying? Genetics means gene, which means origin. Let's discuss our origin because we don't have the same origin. Fuck us being the same. We don't come from the same place. All right.
If you listen to this, just to add to her real quick, get the biology of plants and get biology and genetics for dummies and use your third eye. You do what the plants do. Because earlier the guy was saying, oh, we like plants and this and that and whatever, but we are the only species that do what the plants do. So compare yourself to a plant. We are everything. Everything is us. You see what I'm saying? Also, when you go outside, look at your sky, look at your moon rotating. Feel me? These are signs in the sky to go back to nature. I don't know how many people on this might be eating animals still and things of that nature, but you need to stop. Because as she was saying about the solar flare, CMEs, all this is changing our bodies. And if you cannot take what's coming, you just as gone as the eukaryotic cell. So please be aware and pay attention and grab some of these books we talking about. They on Amazon. You see what I'm saying? So pay attention, man.
Gratitude and abundance. Go ahead. At the top.
Now I got one question. Earlier you was talking about the dude came up here talking about his mama is black, and you said you gotta be black or something for this to apply to you. My mama is Hispanic, my dad black. So I wanted to know if this will work for me or if this applies to me or no. That's all I have.
Um, it so your mother's genetics rule, so you are a eukaryotic hybrid. It's not that it doesn't apply to you, it's just saying that your mother's genetics rule. So you are more of a complex cell organism than you are prokaryotic.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Your mother, like she just said, is what determines the species. You see what I'm saying? So if your mother is white, then that's what you are, because she's the one who constructed you in her body. You see what I'm saying? For 9 months, and all the most of the genetic information is proven to be from the mother. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, if your mother is a so-called black woman, then you are organic to the planet. That's how it goes. All right, appreciate it. Yeah.
Gratitude and abundance. Lala, did you figure out the mute button? Did you want to say something? Yeah, I can hear you now. You're muted now. If you can figure it out, you can come off mute. Philly? Did you have something you wanted to say? Philly cheesesteak.
Yes, thank you for bringing this information to us, and thank you for studying and getting so wise so you can be on your journey of intelligence. I just say wisdom is discernment, and discernment you get you ready for your seven chakras and your crown. You have to be available. You got to do a little tiny studying, and we can learn from each other the rest. And be a great listener. I love you guys for doing what you're doing. And is that Mother Gyra on that picture?
To be honest, I'm gonna come clean with you. I don't know who the woman is in the picture specifically. The reason why I use that is to decode neuromelanin, the fabric of
Okay,
space and time. Like that was just it was just for that picture.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
and
Well,
also,
thank you for all your information,
go
and you
ahead,
too,
brother.
brother.
Yeah,
You
Hmm.
too, King.
abundance to you, brother. I wanted to also say all so-called black women are replicas of each other, fragments of the universe. So y'all are all the same genetically. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I wanted to add. But abundance to you, brother. Abundance for that. You see what I'm saying? Who's next? Lala. I think it's Lala. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear? Can you hear
Yes.
me now? Okay, yeah. I was just curious because, like, how you guys was talking about how do we exactly take us? Me, um, I've been trying to study, about my genetic makeup and trying to go through my history and by asking my grandparents, my grandmothers and stuff. And most mine's are both of my grandmothers and their mothers are indigenous from here. So I'm still trying to figure out how do you tell if you're what species you come from. I mean, we know a lot of things have happened over time on this continent. So is there any way to pinpoint, how would you know for sure what your genetic makeups are?
So it's a little bit choppy
If you
on
get
your
what I'm saying.
end. I think what you're saying is how do you know if you're conducive to the planet, and that's what we just explained to the other brother. That's done through understanding who the mother is. Because we are replications of the first woman, as long as you come from her, you are conducive to the planet because she is the mother of all organic life. The no disrespect, this is scientific information I'm giving you, but the Puerto Ricans or
Mm-hmm.
the so-called Cubanos, some of the Dominican Republic, like all these different titles doesn't mean a damn thing. When it comes down to your genetics, a lot of these people are
Mm-hmm.
hybrids because of introgression and hybridization. So it's determined based off of the mother. And if there's any question on the mother's genetics, then we have to go to the grandmother and keep going and keep going. And then if it's too far back, then that gives us our answer. You see what I'm saying? Because again, it's the mother who actually constructs the child. It's her genetics that her chromosomes that rule. Only the tail end of the sperm fertilizes the egg. That's like 5%. You see what I'm saying? And our women were originally performing parthenogenesis because she is the mother of all organic life. Everything stems from her. So, quick way is through the mother. I know that we've been told that it's the father, but when we look at genetics, that is not true. And there's too much information, too many books, doctors, different abstracts, experiments. You know what I'm saying? That you can look at that'll explain that.
Yeah, and I wanted to add that it's by your phenotype. You could also look.
Okay.
You could also look at your phenotype, and your phenotype is the quickest way for you to look if somebody's organic. You see what I'm saying? So-called black people, we don't produce animal DNA.
Okay.
That's where it is. No matter where we are in the globe, we don't produce animal DNA, and we don't. Our origins doesn't date back to a landmass. You see what I'm saying? All of these lands make up Mother Earth, so there is no motherland. There's only Mother Earth. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we try to. That's what we talk about on these lives because that's what we need to be focusing on. Because once we focus on our genetics and know what we actually are composed of, then there wouldn't be no separation. These titles wouldn't separate us, or landmass wouldn't separate us, and we will see the bigger issue, which is our children. You see what I'm saying? And every organic species in nature focuses on their children, and we're not. And a whole completely different organism that doesn't look like any of us is snatching and abusing our children, no matter where we are on the globe. So that's what we need to be doing.
Facts. I seen someone saying that cats are not spliced. Cats are spliced. Cats are spliced. I don't know where are we getting that from. Cats are genetically modified organisms.
Yeah, they're the only feline with slits in their eyes. You see what I'm saying? Lions don't have slits in their eyes. Leopards don't have. They have circle eyes. Cats, domesticated cats that have slits in their eyes, and everybody outside of us shares DNA with cats and has cat blood types. So this is fact. So anybody want to talk about blood types? Oh, I have the old blood types. RH, I don't want to hear all that because that's for entertainment purposes and for them to mix blood with us. And those are byproduct of antigens, which is a foreign substance that sits around our cells. So we don't. The only thing that separates us throughout the whole globe is discipline and intellect, and throughout the whole cosmos. Because you're no different than your brothers and sisters on another planet. It's just intellect and discipline.
If it's serpent DNA and if we're talking about cats, that should tell you your answer. Go ahead, Mr. Facts.
Yeah, no, everything you're saying is true, and I like how you put it. Someone was saying about it's not about the motherland, but Mother Earth. And you're right. I mean, there's a lot of division that keeps us divided just because we're claiming one continent when we should be claiming all of them because we once had dominion over this whole planet. So yeah, everything you're saying is correct.
Absolutely. We rule as above, so below. So not only here do we rule in the cosmos too. Like this physique that we have is abundant in the entire cosmos.
Yeah.
So absolutely, while we're arguing over titles, ethnic names, groups, who's the Indians and this just to get land that's ours, I don't understand why we're going through rigorous processes to prove something to a government going through their court systems just to get our own land back.
Yeah.
There's nothing that can make me ever do that. I'm not going through the YT man to prove to him that I'm conducive to this planet ever. Why would
My,
I do that and y'all getting off the planet and y'all are being unalived as by something as simple and as natural to the planet as the sun?
Yep, and this is why we say to study yourselves because it connects you to the entire solar system. It shows you that you
my,
naturally move forward with the entire solar system. That's what it shows you. It shows you that you not just exist here, but you have brothers and sisters that exist throughout the whole entire solar system. And NASA knows this. They know our brothers and sisters are in Jupiter and shit like that. Y'all can go look on my page. You see what I'm saying, and see that they're interviewing their scientists and he has a whole book called Ring Makers of Saturn. He's seen so-called tall black extraterrestrials come out of ships of rings of Saturn. So while we arguing about that down here, we're existing throughout the universe. So the main focus should be how our children and women are getting snatched, so we can start getting back to our species.
my only question that I always pose is this: when we talk about genetics and ancient history, is was there something that was put in our DNA to be divided to separate? Because it seemed like this goes way beyond. I used to think it was because of YT people, but then when you look at the history and when you go back, you see that this is something that's always been. But there was a time that when it talks about ancient history, and it's really a lot of conjecture, so there's not so much evidence there. You can only go to like certain religions or certain practices that speak about a time of a utopia of this global civilization. Even in the Bible, kind of alludes to it with the Tower of Babel, and then all of a sudden, some guy come from the sky and confused the people and created different languages or whatnot, and created this division. But I wonder, was it something that was metaphorical, speaking of something that happened that was placed in our DNA? Because it seemed like it's ingrained in us across the whole diaspora.
So let me just say this. So-called black people, no matter where we are throughout the globe, our genetics cannot be spliced into. You see what I'm saying? You can't cut into our cells and take genetic information out or put genetic information in. You cannot do that. When you cut into our cells, the only way you could do that is with ultraviolet light, and our cells behave as a black hole. It doesn't. You can't do that. What the reason why so-called black people are acting the way that they are today is because we're chemically imbalanced. Well, you see what I'm saying? This is the last of the last piece. This is the furthest. Let me say that the furthest that our anatomy can take.
The,
You see what I'm saying?
the lowest frequency
Yeah,
that our anatomy can take
yeah.
of cellular oppression.
You
Because
see
that's
what I'm
what he's.
saying?
So it's not that there's something that is in, like, there's no splicing that's taking. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's true. When you look at it from conventional science, that's what they've been trying to do. YT people and these contemporary people just across the world, Asian, where they're trying to, they do these experiments with our DNA and they're trying to hack our code, which can't be done. That's why they say what 97% of it is junk DNA, because they don't understand the language. What I'm saying is this: we don't understand the technology or spiritual fortitude that's possibly inclined by another race, or whether you want to call it interdimensional or alien, where they do have the capabilities. We just don't know of it. But for me, from what I've studied, it suggests that there was some type of tampering. Not saying that we were spliced like them or we're hybrids. I'm not saying that, but it does suggest that there was something done to our DNA for us to be the way we are now.
Yeah, it's called grapes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
the
it's
magnetic
called
field.
it's. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's the lower that we fell in frequency, and it's because we in this dome, the magnetic field from the dome now. If I'm getting what you trying to ask, that's why we like this now.
I wanted to say that.
What I'm asking is
Hold,
more
hold
rhetorical. It
on, hold
Let
just
on,
let let the hold on.
hold on,
Let
Mr.
the
Fast.
host.
Yeah, let us say something real quick. Is the answer you're asking the answer that you're
what.
looking for is because
Well,
of
wait,
grace?
let me
If you
finish
listen,
this. Let me
hold
just
on.
say, make this statement real
Go
fast.
ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let me just say this real fast. I'm not looking for no quick answer. It was more rhetorical, something really just to ponder on, because it's really impossible for us to answer that question, because this goes beyond our methodology that we could use in order to figure out what it was, because this goes way beyond our conventional study. So it's more rhetorical. That's why it's more something just to ponder on, like, what happened?
No, it's not. You don't have to ponder on it because nothing. We taught them everything that they know. The soul is all knowing. SOL, soul, sun. Nothing new under the sun. The sun is all knowing. That's what's in you. Anytime you Google, you pick up a book, it doesn't matter. It's pulling from your deoxyetheric acid. So there is nothing hidden that we don't already know. We are literally merely just remembering.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is no tampering. The tampering that you can look at and see on a cellular level is from mass grape. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. Antigens. So
Well,
there's
no.
there's certain
Long
substances
before
that
the.
Hold
there's certain
on.
substances that coat our cells, but there is nothing that is happening that is not on the inside of our cells, not being naturally produced now
Yeah.
because of that. It's something that is affecting us. That's why it's called cellular oppression.
Well, what I'm saying is
Yeah.
this: that what they're just tools. Like, I'm not even looking at them, because they're still like children compared to us. There's something that what I'm saying that is goes beyond what we've learned so far. Like, what I'm saying is there's another key player that's in control of all of this. Like, it's an experiment. And so what I'm saying is, when you look at history, when you look at science, when you look at mathematics, it's pointing towards something else. And I don't know what that something else is. Some people want to point towards God. Some people want to point towards aliens or another race. People from the ocean. I mean, we don't know, but it's something else going on that we're not aware of.
So that's what we were explaining, brother. If you understand the process fully and if you study it, it's not hard to explain. It's gonna point towards some type of, like you said, extraterrestrial or some type of intelligent form
Yeah.
other outside, you know what I'm saying, outside of us. So when you say that's a rhetorical question, it actually, I mean, you can pose it as a rhetorical question, but there is an answer.
It's not theoretical because science explained this. When you dive into your genetics, it will show you that there's an inorganic being and that somebody had a hand in that in making that being. You see what I'm saying? And when you look at the artifacts that's been left throughout the whole globe, it points to that. You see what I'm saying? Science points to that. Once if history and science align and match up, that's how you know, that's how you have a fact. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's not that it's theoretical. This is right in our face. You see what I'm saying?
Nucleus.
We're not the only intelligent life forms on the planet. And you can understand this by knowing genetics, but you have to know who you are first. Because so-called black people, we're the first. The black woman, the so-called black woman is the first in command. And we as brothers, we're second in command. So once we know us, we will know everything, which is why it's most important for our woman to be in her throne right now. That's the main message right now. Because once she knows that, then all life and all nature will be restored. So this is
Well,
so this is facts. We have there's scientific facts that proves that these people are genetically spliced. I don't see a chimpanzee and a pig coming together to procreate and make them. I don't see a pig and a chimpanzee. Hold on, I don't see a pig and a chimpanzee being smart enough to splice their own DNA and do that. You see what I'm saying? And we didn't do that because you will have to know the process that would take place with our women to do that, and our genetics don't is not made for that. You know what I'm saying? So again, we didn't make these people, but they were made in Africa. They were genetically spliced in Africa, but not by us though. You see what I'm saying? There's other
so
life
who
forms.
made
Hold
them?
on, hold on. There's other life forms that have been on the planet for over 300,000 to 400,000 years. And they've been studying our DEA. You see what I'm saying? They've been learning from us. And then they put us through the ultimate test, which is a test for our unity. Can you get water can you get oil to separate water from itself? Can you get trees to look at each other different? Can you get honeybees to look at each other like they're not the same? That was the test that was put on so-called black people by this extraterrestrial being or a lie in the north. And this person it has animal genetics. And if you look up the Sumerian tablets, and I'm pretty sure you came up on my live before, we talked about this months ago. You see what I'm saying? If you look up the Sumerian tablets and all the eukaryotic historians all talk about how there's a so-called Anunnaki beings, which is not us. We are not Anunnakis. That just means those who came from above. That's all it means. You see what I'm saying? So that's what they say. They're all saying these Anunnaki beings spliced these people and put and seeded them here. And when you look up eukaryotic cell, the etymology of that, it means true seeded nucleus. So these people were truly seeded on the planet. They were edited into this reality. By who though? Because we didn't make these people to abuse us. We never did that. We were confused when these people came out the caves, which is why we helped them. So again, where did these people come from? We will have to look at a third party, which is what nobody wants to look at. People are, oh, so-called aliens, whatever you want to believe. That's what it's pointing to, though. So again, you could look up Pindar, Moloch, the Dragon King, or the Sumerian god. That person right there and his crew and the royal family are all of them are the people who've been constructing this system for the downfall of so-called black people. This is what it's been about. You see what I'm saying? So this is who created them. And right now, all so-called governments are getting ready to introduce the eukaryotic creator. That's what these so-called world wars and stuff like that. And that's not really happening. Climate change. They're trying to talk about all of these things, all of these BOMBSs that's happening. It's all to cover up the sun and genetics. The fact that the so-called black woman is the divine creator of all life and her sons. That's what it's about. So there's an inorganic species on the planet created by a prokaryotic organism. You see what I'm saying? But it's not us. There's many prokaryotic organisms. We're not the only intelligent life forms throughout the whole universe. So you got to understand that. And you have to, and once you can only understand that if you study quantum physics, if you study biology, if you study genetics, you have to dive into that. The answer's right there. We were the first scientists. This is how we created planets and solar systems using sacred geometry. So we did this. So let's not doubt ourselves and say, oh, we don't know that that's theoretical. That's not theoretical because the universe is expanding all day due to what? Electrons and protons, which are just many so-called black women and many so-called black men. That's really what it is. See what I'm saying? So that's what we got to start diving into that because that's how we see the value in our species, in ourselves, and especially in our children. So that's what I had to say.
Mr. Fax, do you want to respond or can we get to the next guest?
Yeah, no. What he said, it was a lot, and all I can say is this: that yeah, there's still more that we have to uncover. But for most part, I do agree with everything he just said. Um, and it's just more to the story that we have to see in order to see the bigger picture. Because a lot of these Europeans, even if you look on Google and try to find out what their indigenous people look like, it's kind of funny because a picture comes up and it looked like something from Little House in the Prairie or something. It's like I don't know, look like a picture that was taken from a western. That's what's so
All right.
crazy. I'm like, so
All right,
it
yo.
shows you right there that they don't even know where they came from and what they look like almost like they just appeared out of thin air. It's crazy.
Yeah, they wouldn't know where they came from because they just pawns on a chessboard. But what the co-host is saying is that there is other intelligent life forms outside of us that seeded their nucleus here. They have been edited in reality, and it's too many of our artifacts put in the hardest stone node of man, showing this same information here now that we're discussing.
And there isn't you saying, oh, we need to find. There isn't nothing more to find. That's the occult knowledge, the hidden knowledge, is that the so-called black woman is the divine creator of all life. That's why they put her under so much stress. This system is to put her under so much stress, so then she could put her children under the stress, so they can
Well,
affect the whole
I'm had to
species.
correct you
So
on that. It's the
hold on,
black
hold on,
man and
hold
woman. It
on.
wasn't just a woman. It was
The
both.
It's
what
the
do you mean
woman, bro.
both?
Nah, it's the woman, bro.
The man manifested
Hold
here.
on, Mr.
The
Facts.
woman. It's not just a
Hold
woman
on,
that
Mr. Facts. You're right.
no.
Hold on, Mr. Facts. I'm just saying we getting a little bit off
Why
track.
are you
I'm gonna
muting me?
tell
Why are you
because
muting me? I
I'm
don't.
the host and I'm telling you to wait. So now you didn't piss me off. Gratitude and abundance, okay? Because we getting off track anyway. We didn't explain the same thing 3 times respectfully. All right, I can cut people off, and I've explained that this is my panel. You see what I'm saying? If I'm wanting to speak on my panel, that is owed to me. That is my prerogative. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Sun Heat. Thank you for your patience. We'll get to you next, Zane.
Yes. My question is, I've been hearing, I heard several times, deoxyetheric acid. Can anyone explain that to me? Like the structure of it?
My
What
bad, I
is,
didn't hear you. Go repeat that again.
I've been hearing, or I've heard several times, deoxyetheric acid. Can anyone explain to me the structure? Like what is that composed of? The structure is makeup?
Deoxyetheric acid is DEA, and DEA and DNA is just equivalent to the melanin that you have, and there's different types of melanin. So deoxyetheric acid means ether, which is all elements combined into one. And what is that is explaining is dark matter, and what's inside of dark matter all the time is light, which is neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight that condenses sunlight. So when you said what is the structure, that is hydrogen, carbon, helium, nitrogen, and oxygen. That's what it is. That's what the etheric acid is. That's the base, the chemical base for the so-called black anatomy.
Okay, thank you.
Abundance.
Then go ahead, Zane.
I was just wondering, when you say white people were edited into this reality by like another being or an extraterrestrial or something like that, what does that mean for white people? And I also heard, I'm trying to remember what he said exactly, but I think it was proeukaryotic cells and black.
Prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells. And
Yes.
and just to clarify, when you're saying that you need clarification on the true seeded nucleus and what that means for YT people, are you talking about what's coming, or were you talking like? Can you elaborate on your question more on that part?
Honestly, I don't really know what I'm asking. I'm trying to just learn more about the subject in general because I'm very new to this. Like, know basically next to nothing. So I guess like what? Yeah, like what you said. What does it mean for them to come, or well, for us to come?
It means that you're not natural to the planet. It means that your creator made you with a timer, and that timer is that sun, which is why your body is rejecting the sun. This is just facts.
So the difference in prokaryotic and eukaryotic organisms are or how they function. So a prokaryotic organism is a unicellular organism. Eukaryotic is a multicellular or a complex cell organism. Now, just to clarify, that does not mean one cell versus multiple cells. It's referring to the function of the organism or the function of the cell. So in prokaryotic organisms, it's the neuromelanin that actually powers up that prokaryotic cell. When it comes to multicellular organism, it's at least 5 different animals that can't naturally reproduce with themselves that are speaking through one nucleus that's making that cell or that organism function.
And also, it's also explaining that for prokaryotic people, all of our cells all come from the same embryological origin. All of y'all cells come from different animals that y'all vary within your genome. You see what I'm saying? So we're not the same. So that's the difference between us. And what's gonna happen to y'all is y'all getting removed off the planet. You see what I'm saying? Y'all not gonna be able to reproduce. Y'all gonna have to go back to the caves because y'all not gonna be able to biosynthesize the sun. And the nucleus of your cell is getting removed, which is how all of the animals that you're spliced with was able to communicate. So now, once that gets removed, neurological issues starts to happen, and then now you guys start to perform cannibalisms, stabbings, beheadings, and all of these things. You see what I'm saying? So F1 in the chat. You see what I'm saying? So F1 in the chat though, but that's what I was trying to say. I was just trying to say that this is gonna increase neurological issues. That's what's coming for y'all.
Yeah, so
Issues. That's what's coming for y'all.
yeah, so
Dark Ages.
yeah, the 1p36 and the SLO phenotypes are what's being depleted by the UVC radiation that's been ground level since 2015. So that wavelength is a gene mutating, germ unaliving, detoxifying wavelength. So it detoxifies, it can mutate your genes, and it unalives germs. So
I wanted to say charged ionizing particles actually destroy DNA, and it's destroying your DNA, which is what that would mean when that nucleus is removed. So
Question.
well, hold on. Zane, did you want to say anything to that before we move on to the next guest?
Not really. I just want to know like what's the like. So that means like white people are basically more like animals.
y'all are animals. There's at least 5 different animals that makes up one organism, and those 5 different animals are not the same amongst all of y'all. Like, it's not just about white people. I know we like to cling to that, but it's everybody outside of the so-called black race.
Yep.
And what that is explaining when we look at y'all's genome is incomplete dominance, because y'all aren't the same amongst y'all selves. So it's like the a mother and a father, the mother can be blonde, the father can be brunette, that child could be ginger because that's incomplete dominance. That mother could have chimpanzee, could be mainly chimpanzee, and the father could be have mainly pig DNA. So what the fuck is that offspring gonna be?
Yeah, that means that y'all are not 100% of nothing, because an elephant is 100% elephant. A lion is 100% lion. Y'all are not 100% of anything. So your brain isn't formulating and growing and developing right. So the question you got to ask yourself is, what is my brain formulating into? If I have chimpanzee and fruit fly and all of these things, that's what you got to ask, because this is a mutation, and it's caused by mutagens, which is radiation. which is what I was talking about. This is charged ionizing particles, which actually um, disrupts DNA, especially your DNA, because it's recessive.
And that's why we shouldn't eat pigs, beef, like cows, right? We shouldn't eat all these different animals because number one, they're not natural to the planet. And number two, they're spliced with them and mainly spliced with those animals. So when you eat those animals, you are literally eating them. And this is where we get into antigens. This is where we get into feeding nanoparasites. It's parasites that actually think for you. You see what I'm saying? You might think you want something sweet, but that's that parasite that's craving it. So it's very, very important. Oh, if it has seeds or not, it does not matter. Just because there are fruits, and I'm gonna keep saying this until y'all get it. Just because there are fruits and vegetables growing does not mean that they are conducive to the planet. Just because there is a person walking next to you does not mean that they are conducive to the planet. It's the same thing. These people, these fruits, these vegetables are here through introgression, which is done through hybridization. Okay, so just because you see them doesn't mean that it's natural. But abundance to that, you can go ahead and land, and then we'll get to sun heat.
Okay. Um. So when you say like white people and all these other things are not conducive to the planet, does that mean like you think it would be better off? The planet would be better off without them?
The planet was better off without y'all. It was
Yeah,
thriving. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully,
y'all.
we shrunk in frequency the moment
Yeah,
y'all came out of the cave.
y'all are only everybody outside the so-called black race is only 6,000 to 7,000 years old. You see what I'm saying? And our genetics says that we've been here for eons, and we're composed of the same thing as the sun. And if they don't know if they don't know how old the sun is, they don't know how old we are for sure. So we've been here for eons. So we've been thriving under the sun, living under the sun. We were on this planet, in fact, without no ozone layer. You see what I'm saying? And now that ozone layer is getting ready to get removed again, to open up again, because that's why the Aurora Borealis is being able to be seen across the whole globe now, because that's radiation coming seeping through the cracks of the ozone layer. And your species has never been here on this planet without that ozone layer. So once that ozone layer is removed, y'all won't be able to be outside. And now everything that y'all been getting, all these so-called diseases that y'all been getting will be increased at an alarming rate. Y'all will start to act animalistic now, because now y'all not gonna have jobs. Y'all not gonna be coaches. Y'all not gonna be teachers no more. Y'all not gonna be electricians. Y'all not gonna have jobs no more. It's just gonna be you, genetics, and the sun. And the last time y'all was in that state, you can go look at the Dark Ages. You can go look at how Neanderthals ate their children. You can go look at that. This is what it's going back to, and your psychological state is connected to your genes. So what we're telling our people right now, what this live is for, is to tell our people that we're genetically and biologically different from you. And once they start to understand that, they will start to understand who they are and start to know themselves. And once they do that, they will start to value not just themselves but their species. And then you will see the energy wouldn't go to the system anymore. It will start to be within ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So this is what's going on. But abundance for that. Thank you for all the questions. But I think Sunday.
And
Oh, go
yeah, and
ahead.
this is an example. This actually, when we were looking up Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, this is how y'all were. This is a YT mother during the cave day. Excuse me, I'm tongue tied right now. That actually tried to harm her child. Took a wooden sphere and tried to used it to I
Cut
can't even talk right now,
to cut
to
their tie.
cut a gash in their thigh.
Yeah.
My bad. So this is, I'm gonna pull up I'm going back. I did this live earlier this year, so I'm trying to scroll back through all the sources that I had breaking down somatic parthenogenesis and stuff, right? So here's a source right here. Cannibal Neanderthal mystery. Did ancient cavemen eat their own children during bizarre death rites? And
Yep.
the picture that I just put up after that is the if you scroll down on this page, that's the picture, the proof of that. So Neanderthals did not always treat their children very well. Archaeologists make grisly find which suggests pre-humans engaged in sinister gastronomic cannibalism. So this is where we completely went down the rabbit hole with gastronomy. So I'm finna let's because I see it's laughing emojis and shit in the comments. So let's actually unpack molecular gastronomy right quick. Who is that on the panel? Go ahead, Sunheat. While I'm pulling up the next source, go ahead.
Ask your question. He's talking about you
My
look.
question is the UVC, right? The coronal mass ejections, is that in any way related to the pandemic situation of corona? The the what's the coronavirus? Is that any way related to that?
Coronal mass ejections are solar flares.
Yeah,
What?
and it is related to that because if you look up what UVC radiation does, it actually causes acute body radiation for them. And then when you look up COVID, the COVID, you can and you look up the symptoms, they're the same things. You see what I'm saying? The same thing, the same coronal mass ejections, with the effects that it does on their people is the same thing that COVID does to people, and it tends to have start with heart attacks. It clogs up the heart, the arteries in the heart. So yeah, it does have a connection. That's the connection that I would say that I would see it in, because everything that does all these governments do is just they're just relating it back to the sun, but they just don't want to tell you. So everything is about the sun and genetics. Everything that they do is based off the sun and genetics. Every decision that they make, they watch the sun and the stars and the solar system before making decisions down here.
Okay, so this is just a quick run through. This is just like a quick just denotation talking about gastronomy. So what it's talking about, it comes from the Greek word stomach, modeled on astronomy. So if you scroll down, if you do the full research on this, molecular gastronomy is basically stomach astronomy. So hold on. Your brain is a literal representation of the cosmos. All right. So your brain is connected to your stomach. Again, stomach astronomy by the vagus nerve. So stomach astronomy, they're just studying your quote unquote lower brain. Now, YT people, Asian people, everybody outside of our species, they actually think well, first of all, their lower brain is bigger than their upper brain. That goes for the whole you're not you when you're hungry, right? That's talking about the stomach, but then it's also referring to their actual lower part of their brain. Talking about the different lobes, right? Being bigger than their upper brain, which is the reason why they act out of survival mode. So when I started out the live and we were talking about how your psychological state is connected to your genetics, molecular gastronomy will tell you that. So they use molecular gastronomy to literally manipulate nutrition facts, manipulate the food itself. It's not just used for avant-garde pieces of food. They're using it for Twinkies. They're using it for meat. You see what I'm saying? Nanotech is also used in molecular gastronomy as well. So I don't know why people think that it's just the air. Nanotech nano means small tech, nigga. That's anything. Anything. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, we got down that rabbit hole. You see what I'm saying? That's proper research. We started out in one place and ended up somewhere completely different. That is proper research. We start out on Google and end up on Yandex. You know what I'm saying? And then going through those different sources. Then we'll go to the library, get books. You see what I'm saying? Take 2-3 weeks off and read. I'll get a book, he'll get a book. That's abundance. You see what I'm saying? I'm decoding and he's decoding, and we both each have a piece to the puzzle working towards the same common goal. So I'm saying all of that to say, at the same time, it can't just be me and Zell. It can't just be Kalai, right? It can't just be Happy Transcendence to Delbert Blair or Layla Africa. We need every last one of our brothers and sisters spreading the same message. We each have the same genetic makeup. Doesn't matter wherever we are in the diaspora. See what I mean? The only difference, the only thing that separates us is discipline. Who's going to actually take time off to read? Who's going to actually take time off to sit down and teach this to the next generation? Because they're the latest extension of our bloodline. You see what I'm saying? So, again, in my latest post, it's about curiosity. If you're not curious, if you don't have a hunger for the knowledge, it's not going to come to you. You know what I'm saying? You have to be an energetic match for everything that you want. And if you're not an energetic match for wanting more knowledge or wanting the truth will not come to you. You will stay complacent and stagnant in your lie. Fine with me. But as the earth continues to shift, as the UVC radiation continues to pump out, because I know y'all feel that it's a lot warmer at night than it is during the day. It's warmer outside today than it was at 12 p.m. today. You see what I'm saying? Every night is like that because the UVC radiation is hitting the back side of the planet. So it's gonna start being warmer. Poles are shifting, lots of floods, lots of different weather anomalies that are amping up. So, like I said, the sun itself, that radiation is just another form of water, which is also radiation. You see what I'm saying? So the floods, the heat itself, is, like I said, removing that 1p36, removing that SLOS phenotype, is depleting it. The nucleus is being removed, right? So that was a mouthful. Let's go ahead. Sunheat, did you have something else you wanted to add? Or Zane?
I'm good. Y'all doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, abundance and gratitude. Abundance and
And I,
gratitude.
and I like to
Yeah.
say thank you because I'm learning a lot. Thank you.
Yes, my bad, sister. I forgot you were up here.
Yeah,
I
I'm
be
just quiet
forgetting.
listening.
Yeah, I be forgetting certain people. Y'all be blending in with the screen. The screen's really, this shit tiny. It's small, especially when you
Abundance to
try
the
to,
panel.
yeah, put stuff up on the screen. Abundance to y'all. Casino, do you have something you wanted to add? Zane, Casino, anybody?
Yes, I do have two questions, and it's based on the comments. But if Casino, you want to go first, go for it.
Are you good, bro? Go ahead.
There was a comment earlier, and I want to know if this is like the general consensus that people have on this. And I'm assuming he was referring to white people when he said this, but he said something along the lines of animalistic, no empathy, and no heart. Is this what is the general consensus on white people? Or I should say all other ethnic groups besides
Are
Ethiopia?
you saying something about? Are you saying something that was said in the comments, and are you asking if we view y'all the same way, or if that's the case? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, I don't. I'm not even paying attention to the comments because, right, you know what I'm saying? Once I go on a rampage and I'm talking, excuse me, once I'm ranting, excuse me, ranting, I am not looking at them comments. I'm locked in, straight channeling information. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I learned that a long time ago. Don't even pay attention to comments because those are not people that actually want to discuss or can't discuss right now. You see what I'm saying? But the people on the panel are the ones creating the dialogue so that way that the others that can't speak or don't want to can learn. You know, what was the and no, that's not the consensus. The consensus is that we are different genetically. The facts show itself in the genetics. We don't say nothing about black supremacy, but the opposite species does. We're just explaining the genetic differences. We're not telling you that we're more superior. We're just explaining the genetic differences. We're not telling you that you're no good for nothing or none of that. We just explaining the genetic differences.
Yep. We're saying that you guys behave differently because of your genetics, because your psychological state's connected to your genes. That's
Mm-hmm.
all we're saying.
Okay.
And what was your second question?
It was another person in the comments asking about souls. And so they said something like, yeah, we're talking about genetics, but you don't even want to start talking about souls. And I was wondering if there is any difference between
Who said that? Because they was cooking with that one. So what? Whoever said that was cooking. I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you that now because, like I said earlier in the live, your physical body is connected to your etheric body, and this is the reason why we discuss the differences between DNA and DEA. right? The differences between prokaryotic and eukaryotic organisms, because your physicality relates to your spirituality, and six ether consciousness is animal consciousness. There is no soul. You guys are energetic, you have spirits because you are here through electrical fusion. So, but there is no magnetism, which is the reason why my brother, no disrespect, Zane, but my brother below y'all, Casino, I can hear the magnetism in his voice versus you. You see what I'm saying? You can hear magnetism. And this is the reason why I try to shed light on the fact that we were not originally speaking a language. Our original language was telepathy.
Okay, so
So everybody outside of the so-called black species does not have souls. You guys have spirits.
okay. So do you also believe that since we are related to animals that were not intellectual or not conscious?
No, I said that you have animal consciousness. So as high as the animal's conscious would take them, and that depends, because like I said, incomplete dominance. Y'all are composed of different animals. So that's different levels of consciousness for y'all. But the highest state of that is the animal consciousness. It's not nine ether, all knowing consciousness. There's no origin that y'all are pulling from because y'all don't have any ancestors. You just have forefathers, people that come before you.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Abundance and gratitude. Um, yeah, y'all. I told y'all at the beginning we gotta remove the emotions in here. Cause that's the thing. We can't, niggas have made everything where you gotta be sensitive. You can't talk about this kind of stuff at work. You gotta put your children in their schools. You gotta do this. Everything is fear. You see what I'm saying? This whole system is running off of fear. I posted a video yesterday, right? And they talking about, oh, we gotta protect her. But I don't walk in fear, and neither should you. You know what I'm saying? Now, thank you for that, gratitude for that. But a lot of the times people say that, you know what I'm saying? That was in response to another comment about, oh, you gotta be careful because they watching. I don't give a damn, nigga. They've been watching us for a long ass time. You see what I'm saying? Fuck a nigga watching. I'm watching a species get out of here. You see what I'm saying? We should not be teaching our children fear. If we teach our children that the truth is what sets them free, why the fuck do we teach them lies? Stop sending your children to their schools. That literally deteriorates your temporal lobe, your frontal lobe, your prefrontal. That messes up your brain. So we gotta lock in on what's real and what's not, and stop playing the semantics and thinking, oh, somebody's gonna come get me if I tell the truth. And nigga, you gonna come back because energy does not unalive; it only transfers. We should not be afraid of death. You see what I'm saying? When a star is born, it looks the same thing as a star unaliving. It looks the same. You have to be, in order to unalive, you have to be born. That's just a continuation. The universe is forever expanding. There's no ending, there's no start or beginning on you. So letting a nigga put fear in you is I don't get that. I don't get that, and we need to stop teaching that to our children. Go ahead, trees, please.
How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. Gratitude and abundance. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening to you, and I agree with you. Every people are run off fear, and it's a terrible thing. They've been doing it since the '60s, and they just keep trying to propagate everything as being bad and bad for you, and they taking things from you while they pump this fear.
Facts. This whole system is ran off fear. You see what I'm saying? We're all the same species. That's a fearful state. I'm not subscribing to that. You treat us differently, but you tell us we're the same. Somebody fearing somewhere. Because if we the same, you shouldn't have to tell me that we different on the low. You see what
And
I'm
we are
saying?
one species.
You
We are
said we
all
all.
one species.
You said we all are one species.
Yeah, there's nothing else. I mean, we if
Okay.
you cut anybody, you bleed. I
All right.
mean,
So
if you pay attention to any of the
yeah. So
cave
this.
writings, the
So hold
stuff on the
on.
wall.
Can I ask you a question before you continue?
Yes, go ahead.
So first of all, you came in here agreeing about the point I made about fear, right?
Yes,
Okay. So the topic on the board says we're not all the same species.
I know
And
that,
I
but
was
I'm saying we
explaining,
are.
I know. And I was explaining why we should be teaching the genetic differences between us and the opposite species. And we should not let fear stop us. So were
So
you
the
a
reason I said that, the reason I said that is because I did read the title, and you would have to go back and teach people where people come from and understand the writings on the wall. And the writings on the wall, when I say it, is that there's history behind where we come from and where we begin to have lineage of different people. Because when you get into these different religions, you start seeing stuff that is written on the wall where people were taken from a certain group. And let's people, let's just say the people, the origin of people would have to be brown skinned people, and they took people that were fairer skinned away from the society that they were in and created new people. And this goes back to
so I'm gonna go ahead and cut you off here. So respectfully. So how can you splice ether?
ether.
Yes.
I couldn't answer that question. I could tell you how to splice people. I could tell you how to splice
Then you
DNA.
should be able to tell me how you can splice ether then. The people that you're talking about that can be spliced have deoxyetheric acid. So I'm asking you how that can be spliced. You can definitely splice DNA for sure, but we don't have DNA and they know that, which is why they cannot splice our cells.
So where
So
does your background come from in
scientists that
understanding how to
actually
splice
study
ether?
geneticists, doctors, neuroscientists.
So I'm gonna say something that sounds very funny. You'll probably laugh at it. But I was one of the first people to do DNA testing. And then when I finished our trial study doing DNA testing, you had the OJ trial that said the DNA was not on the glove. The DNA is not this. It's now a legal part of it. This is the 90s. So I want to understand, where do you come from to say that for ether to be spliced?
Okay, so DNA testing has nothing to do with genetics. All right, that's where you have this all.
How
That's
does that
where
make
that.
sense? How does DNA not have to do with genetics?
Okay, so
When
what I.
when she's saying can ether be spliced, she's saying can how can scientists splice into a cell that is coded in neuromelanin? You know what I'm saying? That's and take genetic information out and and put genetic information in. No, everybody outside of the so-called black race doesn't come from us. You see what I'm saying? The so-called black woman, she doesn't produce animal DNA. So let's get that out the way. That we never went from haploids to diploids. So there's no way that we were in a hot environment and we were autotroph prokaryotic cell organisms. Now our genetics has chimpanzee DNA, pig DNA, all of these chimpanzee DNA, pig DNA, all of these different genetics that don't go together naturally. That doesn't make sense. That means somebody had their hand in that, and that is a byproduct of genetic splicing, which is CRISPR-Cas9, and they do it till this day. They're genetically splicing organisms to this day. They're mixing pig and so-called humans to this day and making pig, like they're doing all of these crazy things. You see what I'm saying? All over the globe.
I just have a problem when people say certain terms and then they're not well versed in whatever is being discussed. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? If
Facts.
I said DEA, you should have already known what the fuck I was talking about if you understand genetics. If you don't understand something, then just say you don't understand. You see what I'm saying? But it's like you're telling me about DNA, which is relating back to we've already discussed blood types, breeding purposes. Like we've already unpacked that. And I know that you probably just came to this live. You're probably just scrolling by, heard a portion of the conversation. But if you are not well versed in a specific topic, it does not make sense for you to speak on something. If I ask you a question in response and you say, "Oh, I don't have," just say you don't know. That's how we grow. That's how we ascend.
Yeah, you gotta admit to not knowing. You don't try to force the conversation because this is really detrimental for our people to hear right now. And we gotta make this clear that you can't splice into ourselves. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that. That's not us. You can't put genetic information from a different animal and put it with us and make another. You can't do that. So let's be clear on that. These people are spliced, and they only been here for 7,000 to 6,000 years.
67,000 years.
Yes.
Facts.
There's a lot of
So
people
it
that came
was
up.
Tree, and so Ether's next. What's up, Ether?
Abundance ether.
Abundance. I wanted to kind of touch on his point. I think he's holding their systems a little bit too high regard, right? He's asking, "Oh, what kind of qualifications do you have?" He was one of the first people to participate in this or that. As someone who works in the field, bro, this thing is all about just following directions. Like they give you a paper, you follow step 1, you follow step 2, you follow step 3. Niggas are not really thinking. Like they're just following commands and making shit. Who they're making it for, we know. Who they're not making it for, we also know. So when you try to rely on some of those systems, like those assays that they're running and all of those tests, right? You have to understand that they're not, those tests are not for you. And that's all I have to say on that.
Abundance to that. Abundance for that. I think next after that, it was Tree, and then we got to go to the sister.
Tree was the one that was saying this.
Yeah, we're. Oh, never mind. Oh, then go ahead, sister Ban. Go ahead. I think it's you.
Guys, how are we?
Abundance, sister. Abundance. How are you doing?
Good. I don't have much to say. I really wanted to come up and tell you, Zal. I'm not sure the sister's name. Sister, can I ask what your name is, please?
Wait, who did you say?
The sister, the host. What's the host name?
Oh, Jay.
Okay, Jay. So I wanted to come up and say to Jay and Zal that I really want to acknowledge that you guys are really doing what you're supposed to do. I hope this is your calling because you are really expanding and opening the eyes of our people because our people are not seeing because we just observe, but they're really not observing that we're not the same. So I really want to just extend my gratitude for just teaching us the genetics and really like pumping the gas. I don't know if that's the right word on this topic. I really need you guys to know that I see you guys.
We see
And
you too. We started out doing this together, and now we each have
we
a piece
did.
of the puzzle.
We
So we
did.
doing it in our piece. You know what I'm saying? Abundance and gratitude to you.
Yeah, abundance, sister. We see you doing your thing too, and this is how all of our brothers and sisters have to be. We all got to push this knowledge because this is who we are. This is how you embody this energy. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Stop being an observer and actually embody it. That's how it is. And start reminding your brothers and sisters of their greatness. You see what I'm saying? Each one reach one. So abundance to your sister. We see you too. We see you. So abundance and gratitude for that because we're just doing what it's in our genetics to do.
Absolutely. We're remembering slowly, so we just got to keep connecting the dots. We've got to just keep helping each other get there because we are doing it. And I think our ancestors are proud and we're going to do it for the people that are coming behind us. And there's no fear. When you said like our soul is that like it's the heat, right? It's the fire. It does not care how you feel about it. We just gotta say it how it is. There's no, zigzag. We're very direct people, so we gotta keep it as that. If people get emotional with us acknowledging what is observable, and then that's their problem. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate you all, and yeah, thank you.
Yes, sister. Facts in abundance. The truth is the truth. You know what I'm saying? You can't have one foot in, one foot out. So if the energy not playing, why would we play? Why would we play and try to be graceful with what the information when it's the truth? See what I'm saying? So abundance and gratitude, we receive that, sister. And did anybody else want to add anything, or you see what I'm saying? Everybody else on the panel that's already spoke, or does anybody? We have 70 people here, and the topic is about are we all the same species? So does anybody else want to? We have a panel open. If anybody wants to request up, but if anybody want to, y'all can go ahead and discuss on the topic.
Yeah, it's a lot of yapping in the comments, especially from the same people that's been here since the beginning. I can't find the name right now, but it's a lot of people that disagree with the topic, but they're just in the comments. You know what I'm saying? So we're not all the same species. We've laid it out all on the table for people today. You see what I'm saying? Take the keywords that have been listed in here and go research them. Start your own live, share it with us, and we'll come up. We'll either support or we'll debunk you. It depends on which side of the, you know what I'm saying? Which side of the conversation you on. But either way, everybody is going to be talking about genetics and the sun. And if you pay attention to the TikTok lives, you can kind of see that. BLK people, so-called BLK people are discussing who's the real Native Americans and who's this. They don't know that they're indirectly discussing genetics and who's conducive to the planet. You see what I'm saying? While we're going back and forth on, well, the Native Americans were here first, okay, and our so-called African brothers can also show you records from when they were here first as well. So we have to lock in and understand that we existed on the entire globe. And we don't even see the real parts of the land right now. They're not even coming clean with us about the maps, the bodies of waters, the what's on the other side of the ice walls, right? But you can look into what they're doing in Antarctica. It's not hard. You know what I'm saying? The intranets, if you can get your hands on somebody who has certain intranets, they have access to it. You can DM me. Because like I said, a lot of the information that's being discussed is not going to be on Google. And that's part of the reason why in other, parts of the world, everybody knows who we are except us. So while we're going back and forth with each other on who's who, we all genetically identify with this planet. We're biologically conducive to this planet. So I don't know why that's a topic. I don't know why that's a conversation that's very divisive. And after I have not heard one. I've heard things that are results of having antigens. I've heard things that are results of grape, right? But I have not heard any actual genetic differences that says that you are different from me, which is what we would be able to see within our phenotype. So we got to cut the divisiveness and using genealogy as a blanket to try to, as fuel for hate. Like, oh, if you're not a part of my family tree, then F you. I can guarantee you if you put every family tree together, you see what I'm saying? It's going to lead you to the family of the big tree, the tree of life. The tree of life. So let's put our trees together and let's see what we get. Because genetically, as all BLK women, we're the replication of the first woman. There is no difference between me and you. The only difference is discipline and intellect. There is no difference between our brothers and sisters in the cosmos versus us down here. The difference is intellect and discipline. There's nothing stopping us from being the true cosmic beings that we're supposed to. We just subscribe to everything outside of ourselves. We pay attention to things that don't matter to us, that don't have anything to do with us. So I'm saying we got our entire species locked in on the fact we're not black. Now let's lock in past that. Because if you go back in your genealogy, it's going to lead you straight to the cosmos. We all genetically the same. We might come from different star systems, but that's still a part of the same cosmos. So we got to lock in on the truth, y'all. Go ahead, famous, when you load in. Welcome up. Go ahead, famous.
Hey, y'all just add me now. I was just listening, man. I was just enjoying the conversations, y'all.
So you didn't mean to come up?
Nah, hecky, nah. My bad, my bad.
You good. Gratitude and abundance, but yes, we have to start locking in on how we are all genetically the same, um, and shedding more light on that than using a title that was not created by us to be the reason why we are divisive towards each other. And it's sad because when we go into those spaces, there are no YT people because there's nothing for them to colonize there. We're hitting the self-destruct button on each other. You should have seen the way they talked to Zell because he had an accent. Oh, he must be African. This nigga done lived in 3 continents. Of course he gonna have an accent, but you can tell where someone is from for an accent. These people have destroyed our minds. We've allowed them to destroy our minds and to tell us that our brother and sister is not the same because they come from a different landmass that's a part of the same Mother Earth. You got people saying that, oh, Africa is the motherland. They telling you that because that's where their story starts. That's where they were taught. So let's go deeper into the truth. I've been seeing the same spiritualists, the same little, you know what I'm saying? People say the same things over and over. We passed Grand Rising and decoding hello and goodbye. We passed that. Let's talk about genetics. We don't want to talk about the difference between good morning and grand rising. As a collective, we are way fucking past shit like that. You see what I'm saying? And to be honest, from the looks of it, we way past DEA and DNA. Y'all know the difference between that. You know? Let's go deeper. That's all I'm saying. So, famous, you didn't have nothing to say? All right, bet. So, famous didn't have nothing to say. Sun Heat, you had questions earlier. You good?
Good now, and I was trying to drop back down, but I forgot how to do it.
Okay, gratitude and abundance. Anybody else?
Going to add that with the diaspora wars, I think they're foolish at best because we are focusing on those tricks that have been put there by the other species because we're not really seeing the bigger picture. You mentioned about the tree. We're literally the same tree with different branches that have populated the entire planet. So when we can focus on that and see what's really going on, I think we can go past that. That's what I'm saying. We've been there, done that. There is nothing new. We're only remembering what has been lost or the connections that have been destabilized for multiple reasons. So if we can just move on past that, we'll be able to have the conversation that can actually move us forward as people, what we need to do. Because of the diaspora wars, people are glitching right now and they're completely losing it because we are missing the mark on what we're supposed to do. Because when I look at you, I see me. So what are you talking about?
Facts, sister. Literal facts. Replication of the very first woman in the flesh. Every last one of us, fragments of the universe. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna host a conversation here pretty soon on the animosity that we have towards each other as women. You know what I'm saying? Within so-called black women. That has to stop because while we're complaining about a system that we're giving energy to, the moment we come together as women, this entire thing shuts down instantly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I've been
Instantly.
saying this.
Instantly.
Yes.
So we have to understand as the nurturer, as the mother of life, organic life, nature is waiting for us. We're the first in command. Our men and our children follow what we say. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying? We were here first, so we need to understand that once we get on board, once we get the BS out of the way, the hatred, the pain, because I know how it feels. You know what I'm saying? There, we've been going through this for 300,000 so-called years. It's not easy to just unpack in one day, but we must
Yeah.
start. It's not about, you know what I'm saying, the pace. It's about the direction. Are we ascending or are we descending as a collective? And that's my
Uh-huh.
goal. Yeah, I hold my species and the fellow, you know what I'm saying, the replications of me accountable.
Yeah.
If we're tired,
Yes.
we gotta really make the change. It's the only way we'll see a change is if we be the change because everything is energy. You know what I'm saying? If you're not
Right.
putting forth the energy towards that, it's not gonna happen.
What do we all sell about ourselves besides sex as women?
Okay.
Because
Well,
it
well,
seemed
first
like
of
the
all,
universal
hold on,
language.
sister. Hold on, sister. We have to F1 in the chat. We have to say smags or smacks or something and keep it TikTok friendly because they'll shut the live down. And I'm literally just coming back from being banned, so please heavy F1s and emojis. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, Queen Piggy.
Know what great characteristics that good women from good villages share, but what does the media show us selling besides sex?
Yeah.
Sex.
I mean, the media is one thing, but nobody holds a GUN to your head and tells you that this is what you should do. You subscribe it, you buy it, you listen to it, you consume it, and everybody talks about how music and the media is unhealthy, yet I will still see every last one of y'all in the comment section sharing it on a Monday or a Tuesday. So again, it's not about what they're doing. It's not about anything that's happening outside of us. It's about what we are choosing to and subscribing to. We subscribe to that because we're chemically imbalanced. You see what I'm saying? We're feeding parasites. We're feeding antigens. We're feeding something outside of ourselves, thinking that it's us. See what I'm saying?
I love the journey of self-discovery. In my journey, I've learned that boundaries are made to protect us from many different disastrous storms that's out there. And that start with our food. If we ate the food that the book suggests that we eat, we wouldn't be sick from a lot of diseases and other things that the universe have to offer. But I guess it's how you look at it.
Yeah, we wouldn't be sick as if we started to understand what our genetic makeup is, right? Because I still have brothers and sisters that think kale and cruciferous vegetables. Somebody tagged me in a damn beetroot, excuse me, a red cabbage, some shit juice. We do not put cabbage in our bodies. This is why I lock in with my community and I say, take the names, the spiritual, the cosmic, take that shit off. You're not studying your etheric body. You don't know what to put in your physical body. So take the spiritual names off. You guys are not studying who y'all are. You guys do not know thyself. And literally I'm not crying. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of seeing y'all play like you're cosmic, play spiritual, play this. This shit is not a game. Put what you're supposed to put in your body so you can ascend. Do the research so you can ascend. It's too many of us that have came back. Dr. Sabi, Dr. Yaki Awakening, Delbert Blair, Layla Africa, people like me, people like Zell, that this information is out. We still will leave a live, put 100s in the chat, and go and be in a McDonald's drive-through line. Stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? I read energy for real because I don't put those things in my body. So I'm able to sense being, like I said, clairsentient. You see what I'm saying? Clairvoyant. I can tell when somebody's
Right.
magnetism is off. You know what I mean? Let's lock in and be serious about it because they snatching our children. You won't have nothing to pass down, nobody to pass nothing down to if you don't lock in for the children. I'm saying, and I'm gonna say this last point and I'm gonna land. I don't really think I know our genetic makeup. I know who we are on a cosmic and on a physical level, but we are so chemically imbalanced. We don't even care about the children like that. You see what I'm saying? That's what really pisses me off, y'all. I don't want to see anybody say, oh, yeah, it's about the children, and then teach the children fear on the back end. I need you to step up to the plate. I don't need you to put fear in our children. Our children should be speaking as fearless as me. If the men are the protector of the species, then protect. Stop coming in my DMs. Stop getting in the comments and saying, "Oh, you got to be careful." You be fucking careful. You the protector of the species, nigga. That's not my problem. That's something you have to unpack. We have to go back to understanding energy. Who is the divine feminine? What does that look like? Who is the divine masculine? How do you embody that energy? It's not about physicality. You know what I'm saying? I have a draft that's saved of a sister that got in the comments after the post that I made yesterday saying, "Okay, how does this make us money?" You have the mother of life herself asking about money when I told you that there's an inorganic species. You still trying to work for him. You still want to be a slave. You still want to, you see what I'm
Right.
saying? You see what I'm saying? They subscribe and choose it. And I told her, I said, I manifest the life that I want. You should try it, sister. You see what I'm saying? I hold y'all accountable because it's not hard. It's not hard at all. Stop eating the meat. You crave something, eat something to knock the crave out. You see what I'm saying? Be assertive, be aggressive about your ascension. And I land.
Well, that was absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, gratitude and abundance. We gotta understand energy, y'all. And you're not gonna understand it putting the wrong stuff in your body. You will a little bit, but not the way that you should. You're not gonna see I'm telling you, I can see clearly up here. I'm seeing shit before it even happened. So tread lightly with me because if you lie,
Right.
I'm gonna know. If you lie, I'm gonna know.
That's why I
Whatever
mentioned
you
the
don't tell
food,
me, I'm gonna
because
dream about.
not everyone understands, like you said, because that food part is a big bulk of it. It's a, it's a, it's a huge. It's so many things, and the sacrificial things that we should do with the things we put in our mouth. It's just, it's a whole lot to a person that doesn't hear. It's really,
It
really
is.
deep.
Yeah, it is. And sometimes, like I said, I get frustrated talking. That's why I'll go silent for like 3 weeks. It gets tough trying to make people see that. And, and not all the time it's the diet either. I know niggas who eat according to their genetic makeup and still don't know whether they coming or going. So you gotta, when you lock in, you gotta stay locked in. That's not something that you do for a little bit. It's not a New Year's resolution. It's a journey. And there is no start and end date on you as a cosmic being. So it's something that you have to commit to over and over and over again, right? And I don't see people doing that. I see the same people preaching this, eating a fucking lunchable. Quit playing with me, bro. I'm seeing the brothers talking about, oh, when the sisters
You
come into
can't.
their
You
divinity.
literally can't do it.
Well, when we can't do what?
They're not all the way awakened yet if they're still falling like
They
that.
absolutely can. They absolutely can. It's a choice to continue to. It is a choice to go to McDonald's over eating a mango. You can't
Very
tell me
true.
that that's not a choice. You
It's
can't tell
very
me it's
true.
a choice to homeschool over sending your child to. It's discipline. I'm telling you, is the only thing that's separating us. You know what I'm saying? Who's gonna actually make the sacrifice, make the pivot, and say enough is enough? You see what I'm saying? It's not enough people doing that. We come to a TikTok live, we see a post, we repost it and like it, and then go back. Like, you see what I'm saying? This is a choice. It was a choice for me to say, you know what? Fuck working for these niggas. These niggas, everybody on this screen like an animal to me. And I never went back. Period. I'm not answering no fucking animals. My fucking boss literally looked like a lemur to me. Babonus monkey. Like, I'm not finna play with y'all, bro. I'm the currency. I manifest the reality that I want. You see what I'm saying? I'm the all, the creator of all organic life. When you really understand that, can't nothing pull the wool over your eyes from that. So when you see a little bit, continue to stay curious, y'all. Continue to go on the journey. Continue to tap in through meditation, because a lot of this information came to me from meditation. I
Mine
meditated
came from
first.
meditation and fasting.
In fasting, let me tell you, fasting took it. I flew off the handle once I started learning how to fast and fast longer. You know what I'm saying? I can go day 2 3 with just fine, long as I'm in the sun. You see what I'm saying? I get full off of being in the sun. So
Yes, it energizes your body.
absolutely, especially with the radiation that's on the planet right now, is upgrading. Is literally unlocking the dormant DEA.
Have
That's
you tried hugging the trees when you're
absolutely,
angry?
absolutely. Grounding, sun gazing, manifesting in the sun, everything. I have a green
What
thumb.
about codes? Do you use codes?
I don't use codes. I don't need to. I don't need to. You see what I'm saying? If
So when you're
why is the universe
manifesting,
herself? Yeah, why would the universe herself need to use a code for her own magnetism? You see what I'm saying? When I'm manifesting, I create the reality in my head, and that is what it is. And I affirm it, and I walk and I embody the energy as if it is so, and boom, there it is every single time. And the more you exercise that muscle, because it was extremely tough, do not get me wrong. I was like, this shit does not work. And I was still putting, you know what I'm saying, the wrong things in my body. So the more I ate according to my genetic makeup, it rose my vibration naturally. You see what I'm saying? And that's how, because you're removing plaque, you're removing cholesterol, you're removing things out of your system that literally blocks your arteries, brain fog. So you got to start there. You know what I'm saying? But what were you about to say?
how did you find whatever your genetic makeover is? If I were on a journey to self-discovery, how would I find that?
If you're on a journey to self-discovery, is your genetic makeup. Like I said, I studied under different doctors, like I said, Delbert Blair, Layla Africa, Bobby Hemmett. I naturally just have a knack for the truth, and I always have. The Bible never resonated with me, so I always questioned it. You know what I'm saying? I was always the person to question everything. So everybody has a different piece of the puzzle, but my advice is, if you know that something is off, research it. Find out what's off. Don't just stay in that curious, you know what I'm saying, energy. Lock in on it, and then and share it. And then boom, like I showed y'all a minute ago, we were looking at Neanderthals and what they were doing to their children back in the cave days. Then we ended up talking about gastronomy, because that was a word that, you see what I'm saying? So go down the rabbit hole. Remove the fear, remove the emotions too, because emotions will hold you back. But they should help you be more kinetic, because emotions are energy in motion. Learn to transmute pain, learn to transmute the past, because all you have is present. Past, future, and present is all the same. It's simultaneous.
I have a
Research
question.
everything. Go ahead.
Yes. Have you ever heard of Dr. Malachi York? And if so, what are your thoughts on him?
Broad, simple answer. He told us that we have animal DNA and that our women can be spliced.
You read of any of his material?
Yes.
Could you
And he
name
has
some?
and he has some. I can't remember what the name of the book is, because someone sent it to me, and I read it, and it's in on the archive, whatever archive website, and I've read a good chunk of that on my phone, outside of all the other research that I've done, and then just understanding the difference between prokaryotic organisms and eukaryotic organisms. We didn't go from haploids to diploids, so I'm not gonna subscribe to anybody that's talking about that, because that's not factual.
Okay, so you can identify the specific book that you read that spoke about that. Whatever you saying, as far as you saying, he said that we come from animals.
I mean, it's not just one book. I mean, that's a collective amount of his work says that.
I'm just locking in on one. I mean, I've read bits and pieces of his work, and like I'm saying, like I have had a book that's like I can find it for you. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I can. You know what I'm saying? And I can send it to you yourself if you want to look at it and read it for yourself. But like I said, I've already done the research. I came into his work later, like as an adult, but I already knew what I knew. So you know what I'm saying? I know of him, but I don't subscribe to his teachings.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm. I mean, somebody said maybe he just has some stuff wrong. It's possible. Cool. I'm not subscribing to nothing wrong. I'm only subscribing to truth. You see what I'm saying? But that's not nothing you can mix up. Not if you're studying this topic and you understand it. That's not nothing that you mix up, because the same scientists that are putting evolution in textbooks are the same ones on the back end saying that we never went from haploids to diploids. So did they have it wrong or what?
Facts. His work was compromised. That's it.
Yeah, facts.
May
Queen,
I ask? May
yeah,
I
go
ask what?
ahead. Anybody, yeah, go ahead.
May I ask what the brother just said? His work is compromised. What exactly is of his works is compromised?
Exactly what she just talked about.
It's a collective, like all of his work isn't.
His base premise is us having animal DNA. He believes in the evolution theory, and that's not how it went down. That's what we're saying. You trying to say what's the specific? She just said she would research it and send it to you. We don't follow Bible.
Okay.
We follow the sun and the universe. We follow the laws of the universe.
No problem.
That's what we follow. That's all we're
Hmm.
gonna clear
Okay.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a 30-year student or studier of his material,
Hmm.
and I got an idea of what she's alluding to, right? So most people who come across this information, they critique it, you know, and most of the time, you know, from what I hear, like even now, it's superficial. He has a methodology, right, to trigger, right? He say things, he throw it out there, and it's all based on whatever the quote unquote whatever the circle or I would say like whatever information is pertinent, like present information, right? Dealing with different subject matter, right? And then whatever quote unquote is like the pertinent or the most spoken or whatever is considered to be the authority or the most valid or legitimate, right? He throws it out there to attract, right? The different let's say mind frames, or could you have many different schools of thoughts, right? And then people, you know, they'll ascribe to whatever they feel is most or what resonates with them, right? And his thing is to drive or to encourage or inspire questions. That's
And
his
that's the
thing,
trick.
to inspire questions, right? And
The trick.
in
We
the
don't have time for
questioning,
it, bro.
I'm sorry.
We don't have. That's the trick. We don't have time for that. We got to get straight to the point with straight facts. This is why these people are in the situations that they in now, bro. Because they
No,
mixing it with all these groups
I'm with
of
you. I'm with you. I'm with you
Freemasonry and things
100%.
like that. You feel what I'm saying? And then they get lost in
I'm
the
with you
sauce, bro.
100%. But there's a
So
purpose
we ain't got time
for
for that no
every.
more.
There's a
Hold
purpose
on.
for.
Hold on. Because you're saying but the thing he was trying to drive, especially to our species, which he knows that children were here, is that we have animal DNA. That's the whole thing we're talking about. We do not have animal
I know.
DNA.
I'm with you
Hold on,
100%.
hold on.
Let
So
me.
there's no reason for us to listen to him or continue to speak on him when we need to be speaking on actual issues in the community. You know what I'm saying? He's actually in jail right now
Can I ask you a question? Can I
for
ask you a
touching.
question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Are you triggered?
No,
Am I
I am not
triggering you?
triggered. No,
Okay,
you are not
so
triggered.
Okay, good. Because what the sister stated, like maybe about 15 to 20, maybe 30 minutes ago, about keeping the emotions out, right? So yes, this is your platform, but I can tell that y'all have a certain level of intelligence, right? So as I'm trying to explain this, let me just say it this way: allow me to explain it. I don't want you to get triggered when I say certain things. You know, if you want, you can ask me a question. That's fine, right?
We're not triggered, but this is our platform, so we
No,
won't
and I
allow
respect that. I respect that.
ideology. Well,
No,
right
So
now,
respect the
yeah,
host
right
while she's
now,
talking. Then
I'm literally speaking. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna interject because this is my platform, and I need to interject when needed. But everybody else should have respect for the host and her page. We're not triggered. You see what I'm saying? At all. But we do stand on business. You know what I'm saying? And we do say things in a certain way and in an aggressive in a certain way because we're not taking that. Like I just said, I hold my people accountable. So I'm not going to allow certain things to be spewed. I'm going to definitely redirect it back to the main point. So to your question, yes, I know who Malachi Z. Ork is. We don't have animal DNA, so there's no reason for me to explore or be well versed in his ideologies if I've already, unpacked that myself.
yeah, and you saying, oh, you can see the where our intelligence is at,
That
but
has
all
nothing to
all
do.
all life in the cosmos deals with genetics. So what we deal with is genetics. So that's what all life deals with universally. That is the intelligence. How energy transfers from the microcosm to the macrocosm and right back as a cycle. That's the hidden knowledge. You see what I'm saying? That the so-called black woman is the divine creator of life. There is no more intellect than that. That's the intellect. That's what they hiding. They aren't hiding anything else.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
that's the
gonna.
main focus. It's not that you're not triggering. We just trying to talk about the real shit. That like you just trying you're what you're saying that those are trigger words to try to make me think that I'm actually trying to be triggered. I'm not triggered. This is just facts that our community need to hear. You see what I'm saying? So everything we do is talking about the sun and genetics. That's all we talk about here. We don't want to talk about nothing else that doesn't benefit the development of our species. That's what we're talking about here.
facts.
Zane, did you have a? Go ahead, Miss Queen Piggy. I know you were asking me about codes. We never got
I
past
didn't
that.
have a question.
Oh, I know you had asked me about
Yeah.
codes. Was that it? Just if I
I,
used them?
I'm still fairly new to the awakening process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fairly new to the awakening process, so I'm listening and I'm learning. I'm taking as much as I can in. So
Yeah.
all the Cosmo talk that's it's kind of new for me. I don't really
Mm-hmm.
all the way understand,
That's fine. You'll remember
but I'm
soon.
listening.
Yeah, you'll remember soon. So the soul is actually hearing everything that's being said and it's remembering because the soul is all knowing, period. You see what I'm saying? So that's okay. Abundance and gratitude for you coming into your remembrance. That's what we need. But to the point on you being new to your journey, I know you were asking a question about manifestation. The easiest way for me when I was coming into my light seriously, sit down with yourself. Whatever reality you want, be very specific in your imagination for what that looks like to you, down to what you're wearing, the energy that you're in, what time of day. That's how you get more. That's how you're able to take in more information from the universe itself, because you're tapping in the universe by, you know what I'm saying, trying to manifest. So that strengthens your integumentary system. That strengthens you to be more clairsentient, being able to perceive the environment around you through your skin, the Merkel disc, the Merkel disc, however you want to say it, Merkel discs that are in your skin, plays that role. So study your anatomy, study your brain, study the doctors that actually decode our anatomy, because our anatomy, our physiology, everything about us is different than the opposite species. So when you understand your brain, your body and how it works, then it also makes it easier for you to manifest because you know what's conducive to it. You know what to put into it to help you raise your vibrations. Even when we get into herbs, right? Different herbs that benefit our bodies, but also benefit us etherically as well. Mugwort, blue lotus, what are some other, or lavender, that help, that make you more psychic or give you more vivid dreams, right? But then they also have benefits that are healthy to the body as well. Like those are some nervine herbs that I named. Those strengthen the brain. Macadamia nuts. You know what I'm saying? You could just research what's conducive to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a doctor or health practitioner, but when we consume hazelnuts, that goes directly to the fetus's brain, and it powers ours up as well. All the nuts are shaped like our brain or resemble the brain for a reason, or parts of the brain for a reason. So get curious, study, tap into your imagination. Look at the X-Men, Marvel. You see what I'm saying? Because what they don't tell you is that Stan Lee went across the entire globe studying our genetics and then made the Marvel series. And they can't even splice into our cells, so they're going based off of, you know what I'm saying, what the information that they were able to assess. So I would say, if you haven't seen Agents of Shield, starts off a little slow and then it gets crazy. That's probably the best way that I've ever seen us explained, like in a movie like setting. So lock in on Agents of Shield. It's on Disney Plus. You can probably find it on 123 Movies. But the way that they explain parasites, y'all, the way that they explain it is definitely how this is going. Pindar and his crew, their creator, splicing, genetics, lots of science, quantum science that's in there. And you can see it, you know what I'm saying, on the big screen, and decode it yourself. But yeah, gratitude and abundance for that. Zane, did you have a question? Ninya?
Yes, I do have a question, but it's not really genetics based. So if you don't want to talk more
No, go
philosophical,
ahead. I
so
can do philosophy. It depends on where you're going with it. Go ahead.
okay, so when you say white people don't have souls, I'm assuming that would also mean that white people are not connected to source, or do you believe in source like God, the
Source
universe?
energy, yes.
So white people and every other race wouldn't be connected to source.
Correct. They wouldn't be connected to source energy, like the actual, source itself. So that's why I was explaining the difference in the ethers. They're you are connected. That energy that we're talking about, is it natural? Is it conducive? Does it come from the creator herself? And that's the question. Even when we look at melanin, everybody has it, but then there's 5 different types. So what type do we each have?
Okay, so what do you say to white people who say they are connected to source and have a personal relationship with source?
They are connected to 6 ether consciousness, which is not 9 ether consciousness, which is the all-knowing source energy.
What is six ether consciousness?
Well, everybody else, yeah, animal consciousness, everybody outside of our so-called, like, you know what I'm saying, like our species is 6 ether on an etheric level, spirit body. We're talking about like your etheric body. It is only the highest it can go is in 6 ethers, 6 energetic cycles. So the yeah,
Y'all don't have a soul. You see what I'm saying? To have a soul, you need to be able to biosynthesize that sun. You see what I'm saying? Because your soul is what programs the body for whatever planet is on, and your people can't biosynthesize that sun. And like she just said, your consciousness can only rise as high as an animal because y'all are spliced with different animals, and y'all didn't come through a natural womb. You know what I'm saying? For the first white man to be here, for the first Asian man to be here, for the first Arab man to be here, y'all had to get spliced into existence. You see what I'm saying? So y'all have a creator that exists on this planet, but y'all aren't connected to the all source. You see what I'm saying? You are only connected to the animals that you are spliced with.
What do you mean a creator on this planet?
I mean, if what did he say? What
He,
was that
he
again?
said, "What do you mean about the creator on this planet? There's a third party here on the planet that spliced your genetics and everybody that share your genetic makeup, and
What would the purpose for that be?
so y'all can chemically oppress us and divide us. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are only used as pawns for the intent of an organism that's been here for 300 to 400,000 years. You see what I'm saying? Learning our genetics, and they created y'all as pawns to actually um, chemically oppress us. That's what it was for. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? To slow our neural down. But now again, y'all were made with that timer, which is the sun. And I said it in the comments earlier. The sun of the universe don't know you, so you can't have a soul. You know what I'm saying? You don't have a soul.
Yeah, the soul, SOL, there is no U. You see what I'm saying? The SOL is sun. Solar plexus, solar system, solar. So if you are not composed of the same thing as the sun, just like neuromelanin is condensed sunlight in the flesh, y'all are not neuromelanated. Y'all are pheomelanated. So when that's why I say your physical body, your anatomy is connected to your etheric body. It's not separate. It's one and the same. Since y'all are here through electrical fusion, y'all have a spirit, but lack the soul. Y'all don't
Yeah.
have the magnetism. Y'all are not electromagnetic.
And when we say chemically oppress us, it's just talking about antigens, the
Yeah.
diseases and viruses that y'all put on ourselves.
Hmm.
So y'all laughing about that, but that's really serious. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about like,
Who's
oh
laughing about that?
No, he's talking addressing the comments and stuff. There's been
yeah,
Oh,
somebody in here since the beginning that's just been in the comments laughing and going, but
I
can't
can't
come up
even
with
look at
the
these
panel.
comments.
Yeah, that's
They're
why we
saying
have to just
left and right.
ignore them. If they're not on the panel, it doesn't matter.
right. So yeah, that's what we're saying. Y'all don't have a soul. That's simple as that. Y'all don't have containment. Soul means sun, and our whole
Okay.
body.
Can I
Go
can I
ahead. Sis.
add to that?
Yeah, go ahead, sister.
Is okay. So Zane, when it comes to having a soul or not, so the indication of that. So for us, um, again, we are people that we don't need to test things. We have this ability where we can just observe and learn from that. So the indication that we have it is the substance that we have, and that substance you either get passing through, because your scientists till this day cannot tell us how old the sun is. So for us to get this substance right, it either passing through the sun or you inheriting it through inheritance. So this is when we say inheritance, this is what we know is inheritance. It has nothing to do with any materialistic things. So for you to have it, either you get it through that or inheritance. So that's our indicator that yes, you are of the solar people, because that's an indicator that you actually have a soul. So we have this dot that is within us that is responsible from how we've been here for all this time and what is going to take us to where we need to go. So yeah, so when we look at you, we can still right away without using your scientific papers that we are not the same and that you don't have a soul. That's it. So I hope that helps you.
And neuromelanin is what all of our so-called ancestors used to call the soul. It's a
Yes.
biochemical substance that they used to call the soul. So if we're all coated in neuromelanin from our head to our toe, then that's what and our soul programs the body, and this is what all of our ancestors know. The petroglyphs, hieroglyphs are all depicting this. So this is what we know as the soul. And
Yeah.
y'all only have spirit. So that she said, just what she just said is facts. That's true. Abundance for that.
Yeah, and I would just like to say thanks again. I'll definitely be back. So Jay, it was great to be here, and you guys continue. We're all gonna just take it from our side, do it the best way you can. And I've been saying this to the sisters. We don't have to, because one thing about sisters, we have our universes, so we don't always have to. We're not always gonna agree on the same things, but we have to go beyond, because this is beyond the physical. We have to go beyond the characters. Don't worry about, just go beyond that, and you'll be able to align with what needs to be done. Because again, we are the people that are gonna shut it down. So if we can just like leave all the neons and just get to it, we'll be able to get it done. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you both. I appreciate everybody that are on this frequency, because that's, you have been here because you get it. So yeah, see you guys and have a good night.
Okay, abundance, sister, abundance, and we will be tuning in to y'all, to your lives too. You see what I'm saying? We will be tuning in and tapping in, and you know what I'm saying, sharing it. So he said, bro, you don't know what source, bro. We don't got time for people who don't want to come up. So again, yeah, sister, thank you for that abundance. Thank you for sharing your frequency. And we'll tap into your lives as well. And we need everybody, like we said earlier, everybody needs to make a live and start talking about this. If you know the truth, talk, speak your truth, embody that truth, walk in it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's too many people afraid to walk in the truth. And y'all are always waiting for other people to go live, other people to load the next video, other people to do. What about your piece to the puzzle? Your piece can only is meant to wake up specific brothers and sisters. If you're not walking in your divinity and in your truth, how do we ascend? How do we ascend? If you understand, if y'all say peace reflection, you know that I'm a reflection of you, and you're not walking in your divinity, then how the fuck can we ascend as a collective? We can't. Everybody needs to be posting. Everybody needs to be having these discussions, teaching this information to our children.
That's
The
the
children
shift.
should be first. That's the shift. Everything is shutting down because of the children. They're being snatched. They don't even have a chance. You see what I'm saying? How do we continue when they're the latest extension of our bloodline and we don't even care? You see what I'm saying? That's a problem. And even the children that we have, again, I say we're instilling fear. Oh, protect this child, or y'all need to take this off of the internet, because for what? For what? That's literal proof that that child can fight the oppressor, fight the enemy. Like, I don't know. We're not doing anything outside of ourselves, but it's like, even when I use y'all's intellect or y'all's talking points against y'all, it still doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? At what point do we pivot from fear? You got
Yes.
all these Christians that will tell you that God hasn't given you the spirit of fear, and then be the same ones in the comments telling God, protect this child. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody is coming to save you. We are in Revelations right now. Nobody is coming to save you. You see what I'm saying? You have to learn how to save yourself.
Yeah. You gotta turn that knowledge into wisdom. You could know about, but you have to walk in it. You see what I'm saying? You gotta be it. So if you don't do that, then we can't elevate. That's the whole problem. So we need everybody on this. See what I'm saying? But we've been live for a minute. So if anybody wanna add anything else or anything, we getting ready to close down soon.
I just wanted to know,
Yeah.
has anybody else noticed the phenomenon of the trumpets that's being heard in all of these videos around the world?
Are you asking metaphorically?
No.
What specific
These
trumpets?
are literal, there are literal trumpets that's been sounded, and it sound like thunder. It sound so that we're aware that it's coming from the sky. There are videos, when if you guys want to go and check, but there are the sounds of trumpets. And I only said that because he said we were in Revelations, and it just, it's almost like a story I can remember as an infant about the end times coming when the trumpets are heard. And I was wondering, has anyone else heard it? Are the trumpets sounding where you guys are? I'm in Houston, Texas, and I've not heard them here.
I don't I'm in Texas as well. I haven't heard no trumpets, but I have seen the trumpets sounded metaphorically. That's what I'm talking about. I've seen the
Yeah.
Canadian government, you know what I'm saying, telling their citizens to prepare for blackout. I'm looking at the Asians, they're literally under a certain type of law. Ukraine has been under that same type of law for the past 2 years. I'm looking at all these different continents that were colonizing the fuck out of us, destroying the people, literally be flooded. If it's not flooded, it's dried up. It depends on what the you know what I'm saying, what's taking place on that continent. But the opposite is happening, and that's literal proof that the poles are shifting. So I see the trumpets being sounded in nature. I see the Asians no longer reproducing with themselves. And they've been on their decline for a while. This is like they third, fourth, walking into the fourth year. I'm gonna come clean. If I hear trumpets sounded like in a video, I'm gonna, like I said, these people are playing the violin all the way up until the last second. So I don't really pay attention to what's happening, like, you know what I'm saying, in that regard. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to unpack that. But in nature, as in Caucasian Dravidian, excuse me, Asian Dravidian Caucasian, that shit is getting out of here. You see what I'm saying? So yes, I see those trumpets being sounded for that.
Yes, I'm just interested to know, to all of my awakened brothers and sisters, what what is that about?
The awakening, why we're
Yes,
awakening.
no, the trumpets, you know, one, as I guess as the process unfolds for me, I begin to understand things. You know, like a lot of the Bible is so metaphoric, it's crazy, and we were
Yeah, the
expected to just understand it.
yeah, the entire Bible is allegorical and it's explaining our genetics.
Yeah, and when they said that, when they were talking about sounding the trumpets in the Bible, they were talking about when Trump went first got into office. You see what I'm saying? Every time, even when Trump is not even in office or anything like that, he's still on the news all the time. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at when Trump went and got into office the first time, who was his vice president? Pence. And when you put their names together, it's Trump Pence, the sound of the trumpets. And now Trump is the president, and Trump is the last president. That's what people don't realize. Trump is the last president, and he's sounding the alarms, and the alarm that he's gonna sound is the introduction of the eukaryotic organism's creator, his creator, the creator of the whole system, the creator of the whole eukaryotic organisms is gonna get introduced by them, and these beings have animal features and animal DNA, right? And these people have animal DNA, and they're gonna tell us that, oh, these people are angels, this that we told y'all, da da da. No, it's not. You see what I'm saying? This is what's happening. They're gonna say that it's a fake alien invasion or World War III is about to happen, but that's false. The so-called aliens that lie in the north have already been here, and they're the ones who created these people, and they're getting ready to reveal themselves. The Bible was allegorical for what's gonna happen. You
Do
see
you
what I'm
think
saying?
that do you think that that's an alien eye that's on our American dollar?
No, that's your pineal gland. They're talking about how they separated you from your body and your pineal gland from each other, or your spirit body from your physical body. That's what they said. And he's talking about, oh, well, I'm so disappointed in y'all. That's what the Bible is about.
Okay, so then come off mute
Yeah,
and
come off
like,
mute and talk.
because we literally said
Yeah,
respect the emotion.
I'm
We're
trying to
talking
talk to
about
y'all.
disappointment.
I'm trying to talk. I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
do.
Go ahead. Because you're
Or we
talking
gonna
about
have,
emotions, but you're talking about I'm
or am I gonna be muted and told to shut up? Which one?
Bro,
We got
I'm gonna go
the
ahead and make it
conversation.
easy, bro. Like this, like I don't, I'm not gonna play with grown men. That's the last thing I'm gonna do. Everybody in here is coming off mute, waiting their turn and speaking. I'm not gonna play semantics with somebody that wants attention. Or am I gonna be muted? I already told you when I mute, it's for a reason. That's my third time telling you that. You see what I'm saying? It's other people that are waiting to speak. You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna speak, speak. If not, we can. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
speak.
So go
Yeah, I
ahead.
guess.
Go ahead, famous.
Yeah, I was just listening to the conversation and I got my junk was acting up earlier when I left out, but I was just listening though. I'm glad I found y'all because that's crazy. Like you said, we all be living the same life for real. Like all my folks around me, they all be on the same shit. Like you said, y'all just broke that shit down. Some shit. You feel me? Like if you know, you know. And like you said, but I was just telling my brothers and them earlier, like, dang man, we gotta, you know. Like I said, my people, they really be on that shit too. Like how we having this conversation, like how y'all deep into this shit, not on no little surface level conversation, but y'all deep in. But I was just talking to my brother and junk about the same shit. Like, man, we got to start speaking out more about this type shit. You feel me? And it's like this the age of Aquarius, the age of information. And like I said, 5 minutes later, I go on TikTok, I see your junk. You were just dropping gems. You feel me? And you raw with it. Y'all raw with it. You feel me? Like, because America, everybody attention span so short now. So like I said, you just straight to the point. You feel me? You accurate, hit. But like I said, I was just enjoying the content though. You feel me? Y'all were just wrapping it up. I just want to say I enjoy listening to y'all though. Y'all just gained a new follower.
Okay, gratitude and abundance for that. You see what I'm saying? And gratitude and abundance for your patience. You see what I'm saying? I want to get to Zane, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Mr. Tate go first. I'm just letting you know I'm coming to you next, Zane, because I was just seeing your comment too, and I'm not skipping over that. So go ahead, Tate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just happened to just snooze in and see y'all conversation, and it was saying, "Are we all the same species?" And I be having a lot of conversations with people about that because I come to feel like we definitely are not. Like I stopped eating meat probably about like 7 months ago, and I do like Lyft and Uber, and I be having like abundance of different people around, and I tell people like depending on your diet, you like everybody like has a certain smell. You know what I'm saying? And when you clean your system out, you can smell like people's like scent, just like like with animals. Like like you can smell a dog, you can smell a cat, you can smell a snake, you can smell a pig. Like everybody has a certain scent, and I swear like every nationality has a certain scent. Like I don't care like what you eat, everyone has a certain scent. And it made me think about like what species was like mixed with certain animals, because certain what I'm saying, certain like people smell like certain animals, and it ain't even about just like them coming like eating a certain animal. Like it's like they literally just smell like similar to an animal. And I
Yeah,
was
because they splice. You got certain people that are spliced with different animals that can't naturally reproduce with themselves, and that's what we were talking about earlier. They are sulfur and ammonia based. There is no reason why, if you step out of the shower, why you should still smell like of a dog. You see what I'm saying? Sulfur dioxide, and that's not hate speech or bullying. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and that's what I'm saying.
Action.
I'm just keeping it
No,
real.
you keeping it a
I'm
buck
not
for
no
real,
racist
and
or nothing.
then
I'm just telling the,
yeah,
I'm telling the truth.
yeah,
Like
facts.
you get
And then
if you close your eyes, you know what I'm saying. You use your nose as your scent, just like how a dog do. You could, I swear, you like your everything is clean in your body. You'll be able to, you could tell people what their nationality is based off of just their scent.
no, it's not about nationality, bro.
Or not okay, well
Nationality,
not
yeah.
nationality,
Yeah, I
but
mean like titles and ethnic groups and stuff
or
like that
not well not
were created
nationality.
by the
I'll say
opposite species. Okay, so we're not. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to get a word in too. So when it comes to the opposite species, you can literally smell the different animals that they are spliced with. The second point I was trying to make is even as prokaryotic organisms, right? Even if we're not eating according to our genetic makeup, you can smell that. You see what I'm saying? You can smell if any type of smell that you are emitting from it. We're not supposed to naturally smell like that. We're supposed to smell like radiation. We're supposed to smell like the fruits that we're putting in our body. You see what I'm saying? Neuromelanin is the melanin, you know what I'm saying, for us, but chlorophyll is also a form of melanin for plants. That sugar that glucose that they turn into energy, we need mainly fruits in our diet, so that we turn that fructose to energy from the sun, biosynthesization, right? Taking in those coronal mass ejections, those M class solar flares that are amping up on the planet. It's all connected. So you speaking facts. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that. You're on mute. Go ahead and unmute if you can.
No, the proper term, like you said, it's not nationality. It's like bigger. It's a bigger field, I guess you say. Like, but the mixture, like you saying, like I can smell it. Like if it's not fruit, you know what I'm saying. You can smell the different, you know what I'm saying, things. It's like you can smell what a person's eating, but there's another mixture, you know what I'm saying, with it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
like,
because what you're, yeah, and I know you're talking about the foods, but I'm locking in on the species portion of this, right? I'm not discrediting nothing that you're saying, right? But they are
yeah, I'm not.
incomplete.
And that's what
No,
I'm.
no, no.
That's what I was really like. That's what I was. I was.
I got you, brother. I'm
Bro,
just
just
trying to
gas.
explain it. Hold on, we do
A
one at a
little.
time. Hold on. One at a time, y'all, because over talking will get the live taken down. So I'm just trying to go say my piece and then I'll let you go again. But what I'm locking in on is that we are not the same species from two completely different haplogroups. And that other haplogroup, they are incomplete dominance amongst themselves. So yes, to his point, you might smell a dog, you might smell a pig, you might smell nothing. You can't even put a fucking finger on. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not the same amongst themselves. This is the reason why you can see a blonde mother and a brown haired father, and they have a ginger offspring. Incomplete dominance. So I'm saying not the same amongst themselves because there's at least 5 different animals that's speaking through one nucleus for them. You see what I'm saying? At least 5. Zebrafish, muskrat, cow, pig, dog, cats, bananas, celery. You see what I'm saying? We got to lock in on what's prokaryotic and what's eukaryotic, because at the end of the day, just because things have benefits does not mean that it's conducive to your genetic makeup.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, facts. Go ahead, James. James Jones. Go ahead. You muted. James Jones. Ox, I would like for you to stop yapping in the comments and come up. You've been disagreeing, like we've been live for like 3 hours, bro.
You got hella time.
Yeah, you typing. I can't stand.
Tired as shit.
I can't stand typing, bro. Especially them little 100 characters, nigga. Come up here and express your frequency. Damn, this nigga been fighting for his life the whole time. Come up, James. You figure out the mute button yet? I'm gonna have to cycle you out. All right, come back up if you can. Let's see. Let's see what Sun Heat talking about again, bro. No over talking this time, all right? No over talking. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sun Heat. Sun Heat. All right. How do y'all feel about the story of Yakub? Uh-oh. Anybody can be Yakub.
Yeah, Yakub just means supplanter.
Yeah.
So anybody could have supplanted their genes. And then when we look at eukaryotic, the etymology of eukaryotic, it means true-seeded nucleus. So this is what it means. It just means supplanter. It could have been anybody. It's not a so-called black man that did this. We didn't make these people.
Yeah, we didn't splice. You first of all, you can't splice ether. You can't splice neuromelanin. It's UV. It's condensed sunlight, and it's the only molecule that can condense sunlight. We didn't create these people. Now their nucleus, that true seeded nucleus, was edited in reality, but it wasn't done by us. It was done by other intelligent forms that we're not just the only intelligent, you know what I'm saying, species here or in the cosmos. But it wasn't us. Sun Heat, I see you back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Metaphorical like the Bible, facts. Go
The
ahead, Sun.
term non-ether and six ether. Where's that recorded at? In anywhere, like in science, history, in linguistics. Like where can I go and find that at? Non-ether and six ether.
Quantum science is explaining spirituality. So you
No,
can look at, okay, so here we go again. Here we go
I'm asking
again.
about the term.
Here we go again. Here we go again. So if you ask me a question and I respond, you got to let me finish so you can actually understand what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that all branches of quantum science will explain spirituality. When we're talking about ether itself, which is energetic cycles, Quantum sciences explain how everything interacts with itself on an atomic and a subatomic level. So you are literally, again, discussing the origin itself, talking about the ether, breaking it down. You can look into, like I said, Bobby Hemmett. You see what I'm saying? It's as far as where it's documented, is documented in several different places, but you have to be able to decode the message. CIA documents, hella shit. I can't even think of it right now, but as far as ether itself, you can look at genetics as well. It will tell you your anatomy is connected to your etheric body.
9 ether is just explaining neuromelanin. That's all it's explaining. 6 ether is explaining pheomelanin. It's an energy that it's energy. You see what I'm saying? Their energy, and which is their consciousness, can only rise up to as high as an animal, which is why we call them 6 ether beings. And then you could also look up Dr. Edward Robinson, the difference between so-called black people DNA and white people DNA. And he talks about how we have 9 strands of DNA. This is facts. There's a whole book.
Black people black by
There's
Layla Africa discusses the difference in melanin, right? So you have to understand the body itself and how it relates to it spiritually.
Yeah, there's a whole booklet of like 15 geneticists from all over the world, and they did research and seen that we have 9 strands of DNA, and they have 6. And if you look at gorillas and chimps have 5, and gorillas have 4.
Oh.
So if you look at all of these things, this is the type of energy that they're holding.
Even
So
eukaryotics like
this is
Nikola
facts.
Tesla, he talks about the 3, the 6, and the 9. You gotta decode
And
that though.
everybody who's saying we're 12, 13, that's not true, because the highest number in the cosmos is 9. Everybody who keeps talking about we have 12, 5, 15, that's false. We don't have that. We are 9 etheric beings. You see what I'm saying? We are neuromelanated beings. You can't stop moving away from that. 9 is the highest number. That is false.
Ether would just represent like the 5th element, which is like spirit, like it's all around.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
Yeah, so I was asking about the term, not the. I'm well aware of Dr. Edward Robinson. I'm well aware of quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and quantum entanglement. I'm asking about the term itself. 9 ether and 6 ether. Where is that? Where can I find that at?
Where can you find that at?
So I'm
The term, those terms, 9 and 6 ether.
Are you looking for the term, or are you looking for
the term itself?
Yeah, just look it up. Then look it up. Look it
No,
up.
where is it?
If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken,
go on Yandex, which is a Russian Google's website, which is a search engine. You can go look up there what they mean about that. You can go look up on Google. You could go look up anything what that means.
You're asking for the term, and any term is found in whatever you're searching for. Is if you like, it's not. It might not actually say 6 ether versus 9 ether, but it will explain the difference in the energetic cycles. So
okay, so that's what we're talking about.
And hold on for a second. Let me just say this, because even it's like we don't understand research and shit.
Facts.
They when they write in these books, they can call my heart a shoe, my heart a fucking toe, but it's not gonna change the functionality of it. So where we find these answers at, you can find them in genetics books.
Bro, that's not what I'm asking.
Hold on. I'm not done. We'll get back to that. You can find all of these books, and they have to tell you the truth because it's universal law. So when you saying, oh, what is 9 ether? What is ether first? You got to break down the word. You trying to look for the terminology for what? So they can give you a little. Hold on for a second. You're trying to go look for the terminology.
I don't want you to assume anything,
bro. Hold on for a second.
You're not letting me because this is like my 5th time telling you to wait. You see what I'm saying? Wait. Let someone finish expressing so you can grasp what they're saying. You see what I'm saying? He probably answered your question, but you're so focused on trying to get out what you're saying, you're not listening. But go ahead.
No, the way that y'all answering, and y'all assuming that I'm unaware. I'm totally aware of ether, the substance itself, what it's composed of, and
So then how are you unaware of where the term is found?
No, it's because you're putting a specific number. You're putting numbers on it. Ether doesn't have a number. You're putting numbers on it. So I want to know where is that 9 ether and 6 ether? I'm speaking to that specifically. I know about ether.
So I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. The opposite species talks about the 3, the 6, and the 9 all the time. It's not
Where?
about,
I'm
okay,
asking
I'm gonna
you.
get you off because I'm tired of you over talking me. That's my last time. I've been talking to you for hours, bro. That was your last time over talking. So none of the minds, don't let his ass back up here, bro. You're not having a genuine conversation. You try, oh, well, where is it specifically? Bro, if you know this information, why the fuck is you asking us? Nothing is going to tell you that this is prokaryotic and this is eukaryotic. Nothing is going to tell you this information. You have to decode it yourself with your first eye. As a grown man, I expect you to be able to do that. Nobody should have to tell you 5, 6, 7, 8 times, wait your turn. Let me land. Hold on a second. Oh, I already know this. I already know. Where's the turn? I'm not finna play the semantics with you. Period. If you, any book, the Bible itself, we just said was allegorical. Did it say that it was about the BLK woman's genetics? No. You have to do the unpacking on your own. So even when we're talking about the terms, it's 2025. You can find several different sources, books, stuff about where they actually use. This is articles about 9 versus 6 ether. Come on. Like all this information is out of the bag, bro.
If you're aware of Dr. Edward Robinson, then you should already know. There's no point of talking about that. If you know that about the 9 strands of DNA and our strands of and DNA equates to melanin, so 9 strands of etheric acid. So it's 9 ether. That's right there. That you can't just say, oh, I want to go look. You want to go look this up. You want them to hold your hand and tell you the truth. That's the whole point of this test.
Yeah.
Was to hide our identity so we don't unite with each other.
We answered your question, and if you keep loading my comments up, I don't have no problem with blocking because I'm not gonna play with you down there either, and you're not gonna distract from other people that want to hear the message. Okay, we answered your question. It can be found in several places if you apply yourself. So the actual term it's several things. It's just like, where's the word apple found? Like, nigga, go search, put in apple in a search engine and you'll see it.
Quantum want to defend his
Oh, bro,
Yeah,
Buddy trying to
go
be
ahead.
funny. Bro trying to be funny, man. I don't even know why y'all steady interacting with him because he trying to
Yeah,
walk you
he
into
really
proving
trying to, like,
yourself
you know what I'm
wrong.
saying? Trying to set niggas up like, oh, let me bust in their seat and then talking about disingenuous. We don't care. Go ahead, Quantum.
He could have really, man. Only thing that I had to say was everybody steady talking about, scholarly articles and where'd you get the information. 32 USC 3002. The United States is deemed as a private for-profit corporation. If you don't believe that and you want to go look at some case law, go and look at the Clearfield Trust Doctrine versus United States. All this information that you getting, it's from censored information. They putting it out there in little bits and pieces, like the Bible. The Bible is to teach you so many different things, but it was written in allegory. You got to read through the allegory. Like when people talk about the temple of heaven, like the Bible talks about the kingdom of heaven is within. The temple of heaven, Jesus climbed up, man, that 33 ladder, that's the vertebrae. The temple's on your head, the pineal gland, that's heaven. So it's like all of this type of occult just means hidden information. Is all right there in front of you. And that's what he trying to do. He really trying to play, and that's not cool, bruh. It's not cool. We've been lied to for so long. That's why people got so much emotion behind it. It's not that folks is putting their feelings. No, it's because this is something critical. We've been lied to forever. We out here unaliving each other for pieces of monopoly paper. You can create $1. I can go create $1 million tomorrow on bond paper and just file a UCC1 and I created money. That's collateral. I can go to any bank. Like that's how funny this stuff is. This stuff is funny, but it's not comical. You feel me? It's funny, strange, not funny, haha. But my bad, man. I just came up here because that stuff blowing me, bro. It's
Yeah,
some people
no,
who really trying to figure out the truth, who really trying to learn
it's
and
a
comprehend.
distraction. Yeah, it's a distraction. And when you focusing, we are not all the same species. That's the topic of the room. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the topic of the room. We not talking about nothing else. So when we do get down to the etheric parts of our body, we locking in on that. You saying, oh, I already know quantum entanglement. I already know. Then you should know the answer to your question. Some niggas just want to sound smart. You see what I'm saying? I'm not into that. I'm into people that really want to remember the information. Let's build. Let's you know what I'm saying? That's what protons and electrons do. That's what we do on a quantum level. So if we're not building, then what are we doing? Abundance and gratitude, quantum. Good to see you again. Go ahead, Giovanna. Go ahead, sis.
One, I just wanted to join because I like your page. I shared it with some of my people. I thought the information that you also shared was informative, and I just wanted to come in because it seemed like it was a lot of divine masculine energy. I didn't see a lot of goddesses up here. I didn't know what's going on, so I
Yeah, we was in here
had
earlier. They was in here a little bit earlier,
okay,
you
okay.
know.
I was
Yeah,
like, dang.
gratitude and abundance for that. We need more of the sisters. I just said that. But you know what? If you check the comments on the latest post, I was very, you know what I'm saying, happy to see the sisters show up. Even on the post about the black woman is the or so-called black woman
Hmm.
is the, you know what I'm saying, mother of all organic
Yeah,
life.
that's what I
I need,
tagged some of my friends in. I was like,
yeah.
look at someone else is finally saying what we've been
Yeah.
talking about. Because this is really a lot of distraction. It's also like because nine ether is ether, so they're not going to get this information,
Exactly.
or they haven't activated their nine ether. Because the fact that you have to keep asking what is nine ether, what is the nine ether terminology, then you just don't know what it is. Like I don't. What do you mean? Just go look it up. This is the age of information. If you want to go look something up that bad, you would do it for yourself. You're not going to be wasting everybody's time talking about what is it, where do I actually find the terminology. Like, we already gave you information.
Facts. But I like this. But I like when they could be coming up every blue moon because that's gonna drive more attention towards it. Yeah, come up here and see what's going on. Come up here and learn the truth. Come up
Facts.
here
My
and
bad, y'all. My
interpret some of
phone
these
had
facts.
unalived, but I'm back. And it sounded like y'all was holding it down and you know what I'm saying, speaking the truth because nobody held my hand through this. I sat in lives about this. I didn't ask people, what's this? What's that? What's that? No. I wrote it down. I put it in my notes or I kept it in my mind and I went and I did the research. If you don't have the what did I say in my video? If you don't have the curiosity, your soul is probably compromised. The soul is all knowing. It's yearning and searching for the truth, for you to come in unison with yourself. If we're not tapping in and going within and doing proper research does not just include a quick Google search. It's not just, oh, okay, I went to Wikipedia and I looked at, no, it might take you all week. It might take you all month. It might take you all year. But that's what it means to go within. It's a journey. It's not something quick, something that you come into. I would never just present this information to the collective after one day or a couple weeks. No, this is something It takes time to tap in and go through meditation and allow the universe to bring you the truth to you, to lead you to what to click, what libraries to go to, what places to go to. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh, I forgot. Did it take the screen down? Let me put it back up. Oh,
I
okay,
thought you was
hold
doing that
on.
on purpose. Never mind.
Nah, you good. I'm finna put it back up.
That makes sense. But I feel like because I'm an air sign, I'm used to giving things like in such a hard way or a harsh way. Like I don't know how to be any less than truthful than what it is because my throat chakra is active and I don't have time for the lies. Like even if you go to Google, even if you go to Wikipedia, encyclopedias, and research this information, you got to think about who's making this stuff, who's funding the information that we're getting in schools and in textbooks and blah, 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 blah. Who's really in charge of these articles and who's writing this stuff? Like, that's why, for the most part, you should be tapping into yourself. Like,
Everything has truth and lie, but when you understand you and tap in with you, then the truth is what stands out to you because you know what's you. You've tapped in and seen yourself on the deepest level that you could see yourself in this lifetime or in this energy, right? So you know what's you. The soul is all knowing. We don't think about who we are at our core. You know what I'm saying? We subscribe to everything outside of us, which is the problem. So, facts in abundance, gratitude for that. Okay, sun heat. We're having a high vibrational discussion, brother. You're the only one that's still stuck on that.
Yeah, are you
Like,
talking about where can it be
be
found?
found. Like, bro, we don't care.
We don't care
We don't
about we don't hold on. We don't care about no computer that no search engine where it can be found. We only worried about what can be found in the liquid computer that we call neuromelanin. That's what we want to
facts.
know.
I wouldn't even be arguing with somebody that don't have a profile picture up. Because where is your face? People who don't want to show their face and show themselves are usually entities inside of somebody using that vessel.
It's
Um,
probably just somebody that's just not walking in their truth. They don't want their face to be seen.
yeah, all of his thoughts come from his himself. There is nobody. Nobody can hijack the body of a neuromelanated being. You can't come and take my body. You can't do that. This body was specifically made by my soul and is made for my soul. So you can't come. Nobody can come in and take in your vessel. You see what I'm saying? They can only influence you, controlling the inner flow of things, the energy transfer between cells, and slow down the production of neuromelanin. That's it. They
Hmm.
can't come and change you.
Hmm. And what? Go ahead, Godly.
Hello? Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man? I just want to tap in and say, I appreciate y'all content for sure. But I wanted to ask a question about how do you determine like what's the proper diet, with all this GMO stuff,
Mhm.
with our fruits and stuff? Do you determine it by like, just I just want to know that.
Your genetic makeup.
We determine
That's
it
what it
by our genetic
determines.
makeup, but to answer your question, I took time out myself and actually typed in the vegetables and fruits that I was eating presently and did the research on every last one of them, and you will see that there are several hybrid fruits and vegetables that are not natural or conducive to the planet. So I'm not going to put it in my body. If I'm the reflection of the planet, why would I put the same things in my body that's not conducive to it? And then also, like I said, Dr. Yaki Awaking is a doctor. He is accredited. He does understand our neuromelanin, our anatomy, and what we should put in our body. And he discusses genetics. So I would say there's several videos, several YouTube videos. You can find his work all over the internet and stuff. But then really just understanding neuromelanin and what it needs. It needs the sun. It needs mainly fruits. It needs spring water, and And if you're gonna go for veggies, it needs your leafy green needs to mainly be something from the romaine family.
Okay.
Not collards, not cruciferous vegetables, not carrots, not cabbage, no purple cabbage, no celery, no bananas. Um, and I want to really lock in on the banana thing because people are so caught up over, well, a banana is real, but I'm talking about an inorganic species being on our planet using banana as an analogy. It's really deeper than that. But yeah, I would say um, Delbert Blair and Layla Africa actually really break down our genetics and what we should be putting in our body.
Okay. Damn, I just bought some bananas too. I appreciate you though.
No
Mm-hmm.
abundance, brother.
Famous, did you have something?
Nah, hecky, nah. I was just like I said, enjoying the vibes, man. I was just listening, learning. Like I said, I was just learning. But yeah, I'm up out of
Yeah.
here for the night though, y'all. I'm gonna tap back in with y'all soon. I appreciate y'all too. Y'all energy is very vibrant.
Abundance,
Abundance,
brother.
gratitude. Go
Thank
ahead, life is good. Okay, life is good left. But yeah, we're gonna start locking in on more videos. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start explaining and breaking things down. We wanted to tap in with y'all today because it was a lot of questions from yesterday. We'll be going up some more tomorrow, and the next day. And we want y'all to invite us to y'all live so we can pull up and we can share it with our people and we can ascend because that's all I really want.
That's how we grow.
That's it. The whole point of this is so that we can ascend. It's not about nothing else. It's
Are
about
you
locking
guys
in on
gonna
the
be on
truth.
YouTube as well?
Yeah,
Yes,
we're
we're setting
coming.
that up
I know
right
we
now.
said we were gonna do that like 3 months ago. I promise you.
Yeah, we
I
on that
promise you,
for
I'm gonna
real.
do it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
be on
wondering because
tomorrow.
I think I'm gonna be about done with TikTok. I don't know. The energy on this app is very odd, and they mute my sound bowls. I'm a sound healer. They don't like my sound bowls, so I think I'm gonna move somewhere else that appreciates my talents.
Yeah, no, I feel that all this social media is going away. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to quickly get the message out to my people because they
It
are trying
is.
to
It
take it
is.
away. The grid is what's going to be shutting down. It's already several people, globally that don't have power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The
because that's my
in-class
goal
solar
is to
flares.
move back home to the islands. I'm working on just not being in America. This is not the place for me any longer.
I don't blame you.
But the thing is, nowhere on this planet is gonna be comfortable. Let me just tell you that.
It's not. It's not. Because I
Nowhere.
mean, I'm just saying that because I've been traveling around, but it's like, oh, it's messed up everywhere. Like, I didn't realize how bad it was if you always stay in America, but if you never travel anywhere else, you don't know anything else. But nah, they messed everything up like on a global level. Like this is messed up.
For real. So we won't know everybody is gonna have to learn how to walk again. Everybody is gonna have to learn how to use their brains again. Ain't no more picking up a phone. Like we talked about that for several years and now we're reaching that point to where we're like months away from that shit.
Yeah, that's why with me, the
Mhm.
download I got was we never really needed these phones to communicate anyways, because we're supposed to be using telepathy. We're not even supposed to be using our throat chakra. That uses more of our energy than just, being mental. And so that's why I don't listen to or try to pay attention to the grid coming down because, of course, it's going to come down with all the solar light codes that are coming in. It can't handle the frequency. Look what happens to the iPhone if you leave it in the sun for too long. That's what's going to happen to the grid. But we are fine because we've always been locked in. We are the grid. The grid crashing is us being freed from this light code entrapment and really stepping back into what we were.
Facts. It's us going back to nature. It has to. You know what I'm saying? All of this
Hmm.
stuff is destroying our physical and our etheric body. There's no way that we can continue on with it. And
Which
that's
is
the
messing
thing.
up the spiritual.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, we have, once these people don't have their jobs to distract them, don't have, you're not a plumber no more, electrician, you're not a CEO. Like, they're gonna have to learn how to live with themselves. They're gonna go back to their animalistic ways, because they don't have anything to distract them from that. If we look at our the difference in our genetics, they constantly have to be programmed with school. They constantly have to read books. They constantly have to go to schools, universities, and have this information drilled into them. All of our information, our genetic information is being passed down through the mitochondria. You know what I'm saying? The grandmother to the mother to the daughter. So our cells, again, neuromelanin is what powers up the prokaryotic organism, is what powers up that cell. There are no animals. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have antigens as a byproduct of grape, as a byproduct of not eating,
according to your
to our
genetic
genetic makeup. The Masonic Creed talks about how they make sure that they poison every corner that you turn. Everything is poison. Yet we
It
are still
is.
here. You know what I'm saying? So we have to understand, like, our phenotype is connected to our genetics. Your psychological state of mind is connected to your genetics. You see what I'm saying? We got to lock back into origin for real. Put whatever the stuff that you should be putting in your body should be conducive. It should be conducive to it. Just because something has benefits doesn't mean that it's the best thing for you. All right. So gratitude and abundance. I'm gonna be back tomorrow with more videos so we can unpack the haplogroups. We can talk about the haploids. We didn't go from haploids to diploids, the genetic differences. We'll unpack it, but gratitude and abundance for everybody pulling up. Now we rise.
Yes, gratitude for everybody coming in. The number one rule in the cosmos is know thyself. So that's all we ask of you, is to know who you are. Abundance and gratitude. End of transmission.